Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on in to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content and fire spells only, routing. Before we get started, I would like to apologize for yesterday. I'll explain more about that in a minute, but you know, body things is what I'm going to say for the time being. For now, let's play the camera mini game. Maybe adjust this a little bit. I want to thank. Sorry, I'm a little bit off kilter. I'll get to it in a minute. These placards, which I read at the start of each and every stream, are but the smallest way I have to give back to everyone who is generous with their money. Of course, I appreciate everyone being here, but these placards are for those that do more than just like the content. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That said, I have panels for Twitch subscribers, Patreon patrons, coffee members, and one-time contributors that directly donate through either Patreon, through Coffee or some other platform. And of course, you know, I've got special bits of recognition for those that go well and truly above and beyond, in the form of different text. Anyway, I'd like to thank both Grunge Monkey and Ball Shack for their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of those subscriptions. I'd also like to thank Mr. Raspy the Player for their continued patronage over on Coffee. Always keeping me grounded, good sir. Much appreciated for everything you do over these past several months. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with those packages. I'm also going to take just a minute and kindly check something. Okay. While I don't have any one-off contributors or Patreon patrons, I would like to thank people who have donated or have been financially generous through those platforms in the past. I really appreciate everyone who has given me money over the course of these several months. I hope you guys enjoyed the benefits packages if you went through those routes, or I hope I was worth your money otherwise. Without further ado, it is time for me to get up real quick and go get a paper towel. I need to do that. 1 second. My apologies about that, folks. So I got the paper towel. I'm gonna clean my glasses real quick because there's a nice sight line right where I need to see. Can't see you guys very well if I do that. If I have that line there, and I don't have my cleaning cloth at the moment. You really don't want to clean your glasses if you don't have one of these, but sometimes you got no choice. Cleaning your glasses with anything other than terry cloth is always a bit of a judgment call. The idea is that you really only ever have to rarely do that, because non-terry cloth will abrade the lens. Like, if you got like a glare coat, it'll scratch it right off, and then you've got this awful, patch. I have an old pair of glasses that's just like that. Where I use paper towels or abrasive cleaners on them so much that, you know, like there are whole patches where like the polycarbonate wore down. Really awful. Yeah, try not to clean your glasses with non-glass cleaning materials if you don't have to. Especially make sure you're using actual eyeglass cleaner and not anything else. My goodness. So, my apologies for yesterday. I need to put that on the Discord, of course. But I do so incredibly apologize for that. I just got taken out by stomach issues. That's it. That's the whole reason. You know, I didn't feel good after sitting on the pot. I'm like, there's no way that I'm gonna be able to stream like this. So you know, I actually went and rested. The problem is that I apparently needed that rest so much that I slept past the 2 p.m. mark yesterday. So I don't have any excuses. It's simple as. And by the time I realized what had happened, by the time I woke up and realized the time, I'm like, frick. Not really much more to say than that. Now, as for what happened last time, we almost spent the whole stream in Noxtella, and we wiped face to the Baleful Shadow 31 times. Yeah, that was almost the whole stream. In today's episode, in today's session, even, in today's session, I'm gonna hope for, I gotta be extra careful. Yeah, in today's session, I'm sort of hoping that, thank goodness. Welcome on in. Oh, hello. Welcome on in, Marioma. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy the stay. Your stay, excuse me. Thank you to Saribot for detecting spam. People, man, people just do not. The internet must be well and truly dead if there's spam like that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna re-ban this like ban evader. Okay, good. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to be between 2 streams today, good sir. No worries. No worries. You be in as many streams as you want, good sir. I'm going to be, you know, here doing the same old thing. That is a well and truly resting harvester of rot. Nice. Careful. I am having some issues with this particular enemy, as one usually does. The Servants of Rotter. The Servants of Rotter can be quite exhausting. But again, I like to, issue a formal apology for yesterday because, I don't think I have illness. It was just I was legit trying to rest from not great bathroom metrics that I saw. I'm gonna not describe it any more than that. I just didn't expect to oversleep. That's all. Mr. Jason says, coin stamp, I'm going to be here doing the same thing I always do. I agree. Being the wonderful, good sir, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Did Suremu have anything to say about the Ocarina of Time remake? Since he is currently going through the regular Ocarina of Time right now? Or like now-ish? Mr. Jason says you're truly the best, good sir. Flattery will get you everywhere. Truly. Let's maybe... Now I know there is another... I know there is a servant or a harvester sitting right there. Mr. Jason says also good sir. Mr. Jason has already registered Mr. Jason's interest in the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Well, yeah, I figured that. My question was moreover if Suremu had anything to say, but if, like, not necessarily right now, but if he's said something in the past or whatever, but that's probably not a game that is on his radar all too much. And I know got to be extra careful because I managed to hit a second one of you. Thank goodness. These are some pretty annoying enemies. I'm not gonna lie. These are some pretty annoying enemies. I need to readjust my flasks back from where they were for the previous fight, but like, still, that is a terribly huge, like, pile of annoyance, which I guess is sort of the point, right? Yes, I need to make hard runes and not hem and haw about it. Yeah, I really don't want to be carrying runes in a place like this, especially with a new enemy type that I just don't know what to do about. Mr. Jason said, I'm going to buy all the copies. And the streamer said that I said that to save us some copies. Mr. Jason says, of course I will. I don't want to buy up the European copies. But Mr. Jason will pre-order a currently undisclosed amount of UK copies. Yeah, I imagine so. There are certainly some people that may be in the midst of doing that there in the States. You know, with US copies, even with extortion running rampant. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, I know that you apologized in general, but you never ever have to apologize to me, good sir. Never ever, and that is not even intended as a compliment. I appreciate that.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Thank you for redeeming that. I will, of course, endeavor to sit up straight and sit up properly for the next 5 minutes. Those sorts of channel point rewards and more can be found at the bottom left corner of your Twitch chat panel. Do feel free to spend any of those. You get some points basically about every 5 minutes. No, I'm sorry. You don't even have to like click to get those, but you do get a bonus every 5 minutes. I highly recommend the 7TV app because there is a setting that will let you collect those automatically without needing to click. I highly recommend it. It's just a good way to save on stress and time. You may not always be present for the to collect those points, and it would be a shame to let them go to waste more than anything. Okay, I need to be careful. Yeah, I didn't think that was particularly going to work. I need to mind them. One, two, three, and four. Get back here. You don't honestly think that you're gonna just get away with that? I guess he, yeah. I was about to say, come back here. Dagnabbit. Yep, I have to just brave the scarlet rot. There is nothing to do but that. And scarlet rot in particular is very deadly because it scarlet rot lowers defense and it lowers it pretty drastically. It also it doesn't stack on the player like it does on bosses, but still having your defenses lowered is just not great. Mr. Jason says that darn flower is going out of the window again soon. It just jump scared me again. You bought this thing, but yeah, I apologize. You know, I apologize for the talking flower, doing talking flower things. I hope everyone has a, you know, after today, you know, as people probably already are aware, I have a client job, so I will not be live tomorrow or Friday. I think I've put out enough reminders about that I don't need to remind people again about that. There's, you know, giving people important information, and then there is just, you know, being overbearing about it, and I don't want to be overbearing, but yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys. I missed you guys yesterday, but I wasn't feeling all that great. I'm gonna miss you guys tomorrow and Friday when I am, you know, overwatching people's dogs and checking their mail and keeping their house clean, making sure no unprompted visitors are allowed into the house, that kind of thing. It's every time I'm asked to do one of these jobs, there's a routine. There's always a routine. Oh, bestial vitality is already done and dusted. Yeah, I don't know. On one hand, clearly this is better if you're not having to deal with summons. On the other hand, the duration is short enough that I almost feel like Blessing's Boon is just a better spell, even if it costs more. It's kind of, it is kind of strange. Okay, I can relax my stance now. Thank you again for the redemption. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly weird for it to talk, but Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, talking about Scarlet, good sir. Mr. Jason made an absolutely fantastic purchase today. For the price of £233 and 76 pence, I purchased a bundle on eBay, which includes all the following items. Nintendo Switch OLED model, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition, that has an original retail value of £319 and 99 pence. Nintendo Switch Pro controller, which has a retail value of £59 and 99 pence. Nintendo Switch adjustable charging stand with a retail value of £16 and 99 pence, and a Nintendo Switch OLED model carrying case and screen protector, which has the same retail value as the charging stand. Nice. So Mr. Jason then goes on to say, I will soon have 3 Nintendo Switch OLED models. That is quite a bargain, I will say that. All right, we're good to like trudge through the Scarlet Rot. The Lake of Rot, everybody. I do have to mind that the rot is absolutely going to chew through my health. Oh no! Wait, what? Not great, not great. Run, run. I believe I am going to die now. Yep. Yeah, too much waiting through Scarlet Rot. Mr. Jason says, do you know what the best deal that I ever found was, good sir? Go like off of eBay? No, I probably don't remember. Go ahead. Oh, thanks, good sir. Much appreciated. Yeah, let me adjust some spells, because it's very clear that it's very clear that I should have a preference for Blessing's Boon. Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna keep Midra's and then just use it later. All right, so we have, I need to try to make sure I'm making effective use out of the flame cleanse me for this. Mr. Jason says, yeah, when I got to know you was a really lovely day, good sir. Likewise, good sir. Likewise. I walked over here and promptly died, but I guess the death mark is where it is, I suppose. Mr. Jason says it was nice to see Angie Philosopher the other day, and it is always lovely to see Marioma. It's lovely to see everybody. How? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just trudge through the rot temporarily. I'm dead. Yep. I was just trying to get to my death marker, man. I should have just ran for it. Yeah, the Lake of Rot is... I don't know. I actually feel like I need my telescope here. Because I can't... I'm just kind of running into... I'm kind of running into these harvesters. And I'm accidentally pulling them with Blood Boon. So I feel like I need Frenzied Burst here to start with. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason was exceptionally happy, good sir. Out of the 50-minute Nintendo Direct, I was only really interested in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I imagine they did talk about other stuff, though. The remake looked pretty good. Having said that, yeah, I shouldn't even bother when they're doing the high flying act. How? This actually might be a scenario where I just need to have the Flame of Frenzy on hand. But I could certainly imagine they talked about other stuff. All right, let's play a game of pull the aberration really early. Mr. Jason says they did. Good sir, but Mr. Jason saw it all and only found interest in that. So before the Nintendo Direct, I said to some people, my wallet will either appreciate me or dislike me further after the Nintendo Direct. And it was the former rather than the latter. Understood. So I should take that as you wouldn't remember any of the other items, which is totally fine. In which case, I can talk a little bit more about the I didn't see the remake clips or trailer if they had one, but I did see the redrawing of that scene from Ocarina of Time where Link is lying on his bed. People really liked the tunic choice, or the tunic redraw. They liked it a lot. I cannot tell if it is overdrawn though. I feel like nice. Gotcha. All right, just poise check them and we'll be fine. And we got the other one to come out of hiding, so that's always a plus. Let them thrash about. Nice. All right, so we have those. I think that I really kind of don't think it's even worth it to trudge over there. Also, I didn't think much of it, growing up. That scene where Link is lying on his bed. It looks a lot more awkward now that the redraw for that is there with the heightened art assets. Surely they could have used the actual bed. And once you realize that Link is just drawn on top of the bed, or his model is just kind of on top of the bed, you start noticing it in other places. Where the character is just rendered on top of the bed and you're like, what? There's no way people be sleeping like that. They're not. It's that game developers weren't even thinking about that, or didn't think that particular detail was a big deal. Mr. Jason says, I did want to pre-order the Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave Dagden collection, good sir, but when Mr. Jason saw 92 pounds and 99 pence for a game, some art cards, and art book, a poster in a steelbook case, Mr. Jason thought, nah, I'm all good. Really? It has a steelbook case. Aren't you usually a collector of steelbook cases, good sir? I guess if you only want the steelbook, that can be a little bit I figured to be all over the opportunity at a new Steelbook case. Marioma says, but nothing for Animal Crossing was announced. Sad face. But I still have confidence that this game won't die yet. No, it might be. So I want people to point out, even though Animal Crossing New Horizons may be at the end of its development life cycle, right? Like, other than occasional updates for events or anything like that, where they might have to issue a bug fix patch, you shouldn't really expect another update from them. The game is probably not dead because people are playing it, right? And people are playing it a lot. Yeah, it isn't dead. It's just developmentally at the end of its life cycle. We refer to this in the business as being end of file, end of support, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, I am good, sir, but 92 pounds and 99 pence is steep even for Mr. Jason. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that, I mean, I was already lost the second that there was a game for like more than 60 pounds, but the other stuff making it cost nearly triple digits is unheard of. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has fallen off that game. I have heard some people falling off of the game. Yup, rot is right there. Okay, I think so far we're okay. I just gotta make sure I'm keeping my eyeballs peeled. Mr. Jason says, when you're approaching 100 pounds, you usually get a nice figure. Usually, figures are expensive. Cards are much cheaper. Marioma says, I bought the game last December and don't want to feel like I came too late and spent money on a dead game. Yeah, okay, I am covered in filth, is what the game is trying to tell me. There we go. Right, I need to also keep soap on hand because I might occasionally have to trudge through rot. Talk with hey Legend, how are you doing? By the way, can you talk with me via chat? That sounds like a ban is what I understand. People should not, definitely should not be just doing that outright. Oh, bye-bye. At least moderation tools for Kick are easy to use. Mr. Jason says this place is absolutely rotten. Too true, good sir. Too true. There we go. Mr. Jason says, I wish I could have a nice figure, but I'm a bit overweight. That might be ribbing yourself a little bit too hard there, good sir, but I mean, hey, you're cracking a joke about it, which is the important part. I'll rate this place 8 out of 10. Rating rotten, hearty, har. Thanks for the solid joke. We're going to do this. There we go. Hey, the important thing is that you tried. Oh, you know, I'm not a certain streamer by the name of Patty. I'm not gonna ban people for making jokes in here. That's kind of the whole point. I wouldn't have a counter for that type of thing on the screen if you know, I were going to cringe or groan or be upset at people making jokes. How? Unless it's a corpse. Is that a corpse? That is a corpse. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason's parents say that Mr. Jason is very trying. Yeah. I mean, parents say that about their kids all the time. There's nothing new about that. Okay. So I think for now we're probably okay to like trunge. Yeah, nope. Absolutely not. Yep. Let's just do that. How? I'm just gonna stand behind this pillar and not think about it too hard. Marioma says you're always trying, boss. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason will probably have no spare money in 2027. Good sir, Pokemon Wind, Pokemon Waves, Spyro, A Realm Beyond. And are you adding the Ocarina of Time remake to that list in some way, shape, or form? You know, if not the Steelbook case, is the game at least piquing your attention? Fair enough. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. Understood. For that is 2026, good sir. Oh, right. It's supposed to be 2027 or 8. Or, you know, here I am thinking the game has like a release date, and it probably doesn't. I really should watch the direct on that. That will save everyone a lot of time and, you know, embarrassment for me, like butchering certain things more than anything. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the game very much wants me to trek it all the way over here. Nabbit. Damn insect. Yep, take the rot. Take the rot, take the rot and move. Yep, just do this. All right, I have like a split second to think of things. This place is certainly a lot more dangerous now. Because the harvesters are just kind of popping up out of nowhere. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason just knows that Spyro, A Realm Beyond, especially with it being Activision, will likely be a game key card on Nintendo Switch 2. Maybe. I mean, with any luck, Nintendo has received the necessary pushback to stop doing that, but at the same time, some of this is not Nintendo's fault. Some of it is America's fault for instituting tariffs and instituting them in such a way as to force the price of goods to go up. Then again, maybe companies used the implementation of the tariffs as cover for doing something incredibly scummy anyway. Who knows? That's kind of the thing about coincidences or planned timing. You need to actually have proof to assert that they forcibly planned something during another majorly catastrophic or deleterious event and needed to have foreknowledge of it, and that's a very difficult thing to prove. But I'm a skeptic. I'm quite cynical when it comes to today's corporations, or even the corporations of yesteryear. Marioma says, oh, by the way, Mr. Coin, not just to not confuse things, I called Jason boss because he's the lead mod in most channels, and I'm a normal mod in 2 of the channels he's a lead mod in, so he's my boss most of the time. No worries. I have a regular contributor who helps keep my bank lights on. I have a regular contributor who also refers to Mr. Jason as the Godfather or boss sometimes, and he isn't even under him whatsoever. So if Mr. Jason is not minding that particular label, then you know that's what I care about. I'm not generally confused when people do that. Okay, so we burn off the rot. Mr. Jason says, indeed, and Coin is my boss in certain instances, and I'm Coin's boss in certain instances. And my instance is a bit wider, of course. The TCC is the wider network. It is. It's been around longer than this second Discord has. I found a good lobbing angle. Oh. Yeah, hello, Mr. Harvester. Yeah, it's way too early. I tried to anticipate him leaping, and that of course didn't work out for me. Let me not hold on to like soft runes at all in this place. I am already out of flasks. Yeah, I really do need to like sit and do a reset on this. Yuck. Mr. Jason says, and the TCC is honored to have Coin as our president. I appreciate that. I don't feel like I'm doing a particularly great job, but welcome on in, Grunge. Grunge, good to see you again. I hope you're doing well in body and mind. You have anticipated my statement and have preempted it by saying that you are doing well in body and mind, which is good. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you enjoy your stay. I issued the apology at the beginning of stream. I will do it again here. I apologize for yesterday. You parried my greeting. Yes. You did in fact do that just a little bit. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coit, if you know the TCC well enough, if you were doing a terrible job, you wouldn't still be president. Oh, I'm keenly aware, but there's a difference between like a quote unquote terrible job, a quote unquote stellar job, and a quote unquote lackluster job. I feel like I've hit the lackluster department. Just with the way some of the TCC metrics have been going lately, that's all. So like I was saying earlier, I do apologize for yesterday. Like internal stomach issues knocked me the hell out for several hours, and apparently I just really needed the rest, among other things. Because I even pushed the stream back and yesterday, and I still missed it. I still missed it, and by the time I woke up, it was just too late to do anything about. I feel bad about that. I don't know. I do trust that people found suitable content for yesterday, however. Mr. Jason says, I do agree, good sir, but our friendship aside, I would have removed you if you weren't useful in the role. We're just in a nice bit of chill downtime right now. I hear ya. I hear ya on that. And I believe, yeah, I think there's there should be one last pillar, at the top of like this structure right here. And unfortunately I gotta check, lots of places to make sure that there's not a, I thought so. How? These harvesters have been very dangerous. I even though I dislike dealing with some of their moves, I think they're a welcome addition to the Lake of Rot. Mr. Jason says policy number 1. We, the TCC, operate under a nothing personal policy, and so we do reserve the right to remove you for any point, for any reason. It's nothing personal. Yes. The hope is that there's usually a sufficient reason for that. Grunge says, what was up yesterday? You weren't feeling well? So, I went to sit on the porcelain throne before stream, like about I'd say about half an hour, right? I didn't like what I was seeing, so I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, maybe I should like make sure I rest and give whatever is bothering me enough time to pass. Like internal stomach issues, right? So I put out the notice yesterday and I went to sleep. I took a nap. I'm like, sometimes nature's best medicine is just sleep. And I'm almost always constantly short of it anyway. And then I wake up and realized that I had massively just overslept the mark. So to put it in one, like a sentence in 20 words or less, yes, not feeling well, but also a bit of oversleeping as well, at the same time. It was a wombo combo. I try not to make a habit of doing that. I gotta really keep my eyes peeled for anything that might be around the corner. So far, so good. Watch, they're gonna be in the they're gonna be like mired in the rot here, and I'm not gonna be able to spot them coming. Yeah, so that's why I was apologizing about it profusely, because it's not like I canceled the stream yesterday. I pushed it back because I thought I didn't think I would oversleep the mark, right? I didn't think that you know, my body would just be like, hey bud, you need to listen to me, and realize that I'm being overworked. Not only am I being overworked, but stomach issue. Yeah, I need rest. I wasn't expecting my body to say that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Policy number 1 is something that is rarely used, but we need to have it so we have an established allowance to perform it. Well, it's one of those, if we're pressed, then yeah, sure. You know, policy number one. But like removals or disciplinary action should almost never have just a yeah, we can do that attached to it. No one will take you seriously if you do that. You gotta have some associated reason. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. In an effort to not keep repeating myself regarding yesterday, how was your day yesterday, Grunge, if you don't mind my asking? Since I didn't get to see it or anything. How was everyone's day yesterday, as a matter of fact? You know, if I ask one person, I should ask every person. And while those conversations are cooking, we do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. They combat the pre-roll that Twitch sends in my general direction, or in all the channel's directions. I don't like having to do that, but you know, if I have to play ads to mitigate a scummy experience for my audience, I'm gonna do that. I highly recommend an ad blocker. That's like the easiest way around that. Sorry, I'm still a little bit off kilter from this morning. In about 3.5 minutes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and it'll read for 3 minutes. That is how long the ad break is and how many minutes of ads are served up. I highly recommend people take a stretch break, assuming they don't have an ad blocker or anything of that nature. I'm going to be doing the same thing. Thank you for the check-in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in right over the explanation for the incoming commercial break. And thank you for using the check-in. Welcome back. Like I was saying, I recommend everyone take a stretch break during the ad break. I'll be doing the same thing. Once those 3 minutes are up, I should have returned from my stretch break. The ads should have been done playing, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, and Seremu's stream is he's having a bit of an issue with stuffed nose. Someone said, has your nose been killing you today? XD. And I said, no, but everything in the game is. Hardy har har. There we go. Angie Philosopher says, I just sat down to eat. Nice. What are you eating, if you don't mind my asking? Food's always something that can be talked about. Food's a huge journey. Like, food is, I consider eating food a journey. With not necessarily a clear goal or, you know, clear destination. And where sometimes I think the journey is definitely more important than the destination. All right, I definitely feel like there is a, yeah, there's a harvester right there. And I'm rotted, of course. Run. Don't stand and rot. Quick. Yup. That's what happened. Yuck. That is bad performance. That is terrible, terrible performance. I have to do that entire segment again. Angie Philosopher says yeast dumplings with cherry sauce. Mmm. That sounds delicious. We'll have to talk about that after the break. See everyone then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Had a little bit of cleanup on aisle 5 I had to go contain. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good sir. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. Welcome back to yourself as well. Okay. Nothing going on these. Angie Philosopher was saying that it was yeast dumplings with cherry sauce. It's very good. Yeah, that sounds delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Jason says, I never left. That puts me in a mood for, like, dumplings. And cherry sauce sounds exquisite. I could actually go for a good, like, onigiri or something else along those lines. That sounds delicious today. I will probably have to get up in a couple of minutes to go get my cup of coffee. That was something else that I had to do, and it is the reason that I had a mess to clean. But I digress. I can probably collect that after we get back to where we were. Okay, I need to think about where I am in relation to where everything else is. And if I am cogent enough, I can keep from having to deal with scarlet rot. Like this. There's 2 of them right there. So I definitely think that if I would like to bypass a lot of these, and actually there's no way to bypass all these enemies. I have to fight at least one of them, actually, which is great. Absolutely fantastic. Bye-bye. Okay, so that one, if I run, that one will probably trigger. And I have to go this way anyway, so yuck. Yeah, dumplings sound great. Sorry, I'm salivating over the dumplings and cherry sauce. Angie Philosopher was saying it's very good. Glad you enjoy it. Self-made food is always tastes best. Yep. I was just meaning to ask whether or not those particular dumplings were self-made or from somewhere, but yeah, self-made food. There's just something about being self-sufficient that is holistic feeling. You feel like you can do anything. Okay, that is a corpse. But I know that one there is not a corpse. However, I might just have to go over and pull it anyway. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to have to happen. Infinite money glitch. Infinite money glitch. There we go. Just literally find a column to run behind and it's perfectly fine. Okay, I know that one is over there. And I feel like I'm having to spend more FP than ever because of Flame Cleanse Me than anything. So that's just, yeah, I thought I would probably have these absolute monstrosities to have to deal with. And I know there's one sitting over there as well, just absolutely waiting for me. Ah, it's right there. Okay. And it really is just too bad that Frenzied Burst isn't really the most effective against these. I mean, it is effective, but at the same time... Quickly get up there. Thank goodness. I guess what I could do is wear the, instead of the Ancestral Spirit Horn, I could wear the Immunizing Horn charm through here, and then I might be okay. Until we reach, like, a spot where I'm gonna really be hurting for FP consumption. You know what? I'm sort of glad that I packed the appropriate. Yep, I'm just gonna have to deal being rotted out. Okay. Let's make hard runes so that I'm not losing. Yeah, not losing so many runes in the process. Carrying runes is just a dangerous pastime while we're here. Oh. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly be right back. I am going to play a quick 30-second ad because it'll take me about that much time to go grab that cup of coffee. This is about the only other time where I'll even entertain playing ads is if I'm gonna be up for a short span of time. I don't like leaving you guys you know, just staring at my chair. Anki Philosopher says being here is a dangerous pastime. Yes, that is absolutely correct. The Lake of Rot was already dangerous before, right? The Lake of Rot was dangerous from like an attrition standpoint, right? Where it's like, oh, yeah, you're gonna be trudging through it a while. Just make sure that you pack enough boluses for what you intend to do. Now it's way worse than that. Now it is actually lethal to be here for long periods of time. I like it, but it is certainly an adjustment for sure compared to the last time I was here. Mr. Jason says, I'm excited, good sir. In the next month, I'm going away on holiday. Oh, nice. Holiday with self, holiday with family and friends. Just curious. I don't need to know where. It's not my business to know where, but going away on holiday sounds good. I wish I could do that. Let me go play that short ad and whip up my cup of coffee, and I will be back in just a moment. Otherwise, I will never get to do it. See you guys in just a minute. I don't think I can muffle that in time. So sorry about that. I'm back, and I'm back with my cup of joe. Ah, nothing like a good peppermint mocha. Coffee, that is, I should say. That's better. That's lots better. Mr. Jason's family is somewhere in the UK. Oh, I think you were telling me about this. Yeah, I believe you were telling me about that. But it has 0 Hotel Chocolat stores, and this is disappointing for Mr. Jason. Getting out and being in nature or being with family is never a bad thing, but yeah, it's like going to a tourism trap just for tourists and not having touristy things to do there. I totally get that. Well, here's to hoping you find some either new store or some other comparable outlet for your shopping needs, Mr. Jason, assuming that shopping will be happening at some point during the future. God, we're almost out of this swamp nightmare. Just a few more steps. There we go. We should be good for at least just a short span. Because there's also the Kindred of Rot, but we've dealt with them already. It's just the other stuff. I was about to say, there ain't no way there are not harvesters out somewhere. Nice. Yeah, I'm dead again because I didn't just smash the roll button. No, I mean, yes, but also I'm dead because of Skishu. Like, if I don't realize that if I don't mash to get out of animations, there's going to be a problem. I probably needed to just kite back or like accept that I was going to be dealing with rot. I need to configure a spell loadout or something. Is there anything in my arsenal that could help me with this? The only spots where it could really be are in the Erd Tree line of incants or or among the like fire monk giant's flame incants. That would be where I would expect to have something to help me out here. No, I don't think I have anything. No, just no overall status cleanse. I have the status cleanse already because cure poison does not deal with scarlet rot. It just does not. Only flame cleanse me does. And I hate to say this, but I feel like I need even more FP flasks than usual while I'm here. I guess there's like a bubble tier that may be able to help. Hold on, let me take a look at the physic here. It's rare for me to want to change this, but purifies the curse from Moog, Lord of Blood's terrifying Rite of Blood. That is damage negation. I guess if I take the healing off of the crystal tier, I can have like have a flask I can use at some other point. I don't know. Half of max HP is a very hard thing to turn up, and not having that damage mitigation for like an actual attack is a huge deal, but I should at least try. Because at least the speckled bubble tier will cleanse status if I need it to do that. Okay. So hopefully trudging through some of this won't be quite as bad. I'm not really concerned about losing runes here too much because A, we've already lost a good chunk, but B, perhaps more. Actually, you know what? There is something I need to change out, and that is Midras. I may pull out Midras for a boss, but I need a Flame of Frenzy here. This is the type of like encounter space where I want to have like a close range spell. And then I can figure I can maybe put something else here. These guys have enough HP that Black Flame is not too terribly great here. And Sergio Flame is awful. I don't believe Howl of Shabriri does the increased damage effect anymore. If I'm remembering all the different changes made to it, I think it is a Shabriri's woe type of effect. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. All right. Maybe a flame fall upon them, or giants. Yeah, giant's flame take thee. We'll put that in there for now. Actually, this probably goes. Yep, I remember the configuration now. There. We have another option if we need it. All right, LFG baby is what I got to say. Angry Philosopher says Howl increases your damage, but it also inflicts true damage, so it's not allowed anyway. Yeah, that's kind of a thing now, and I'm pretty sure the skill version would also not be permissible for the same reasons. It's kind of stinky. But I mean, hey, if I ever do a true damage run, I mean, Howl of Shabriri will be a great find. Okay, here we could probably do this. All right, what I have learned is that is not a particularly great enemy to like. It's fine. So what I'm learning is that these guys have poise for their weight. It's fine. Just take the rot. You know what? Back up. Coin, just go back. Just go back. Bad start. Just reset. Reset. Not worth it. Not worth it. Bad engagement. Okay. So what I have learned is that spell doesn't matter, and I'm better off attacking from a distance. Angry Philosopher says jumping iframes are a thing indeed. Yes. I wasn't expecting the enemy to have those, or at least not have them as much. Now I know. Yeah, these things are... They definitely feel inspired by the Dark Souls 3 enemy of a similar appearance, and I found that enemy very annoying to deal with as both a caster and a non-caster. How is that attracting every harvester of rot under the sun? That particular exchange was particularly confusing. You know, I probably shouldn't ask questions I don't want to know the answers to. It's fine. Okay. Let's find the next rest site, and then I can go back and attempt. I think the next rest site's probably just in there. That's gonna be a lot better for us, because I'm tired of dealing with this section. I am tired of dealing with the section. I don't want to deal with it again. Well, I shouldn't say that. Well, I mean, it's how I feel. I don't know. It's very annoying to have to trudge the walk each time. You know, trudge through the scarlet rot each time. And I think in vanilla, you were able to use torrent in this, I'm pretty sure. I know that change was already one that... Actually, you know what? No, yeah. I just thought about that. Like, no, I even remember having to trudge through this in vanilla, so no. I'm not even remembering right. The Lake of Rot will do crazy things to you, as it turns out. Yep. Yep. Turn back. Oh, I definitely don't want you again. Ah! Ha! Well, they're just gonna sit there and charge the pillar. I'm gonna take advantage of it. And before Team Hitless gets upset that I am still fighting an enemy in its intended arena, you cannot say that I am cheesing, or you cannot say that I am cheesing unintentionally, or not unintentionally. You cannot say that I am performing a bad faith cheese, or some other such thing, because the enemy could dart around the pillar and attack me. The harvesters have shown themselves capable of that. They just did not choose to do so. Okay. I think if let's get this spell ready. And this ought to do right here. Yeah, that's a nice skip. Nice. Fantastic. Nice. Okay, I might, well, actually, no, standing up here is not safe because they can just jump. Yeah, actually, this arena, like, the harvesters were tailor-made for this area. Team Kernifer absolutely cooked with this. Even if I don't necessarily like what they cooked, you know, I can respect the chefs in the kitchen. I wish I felt the same way about the E-Noble, about the Elevator Noble. I wish I felt the same way. I don't know. Angie Philosopher says the soup they cooked is rotten. Deliciously rotten, even. I don't know if you meant that as a joke or not, but I'm going to count it because it was funny. To say the least. Okay. Drink. And let's get ready to deal with that again. So I know that there's a harvester over there. Okay, I think one way I can tell the difference is that the actual real enemy is brighter, and the ones that are just actually dangling harvester corpses are darker in color. Like they have no life in them, in other words. Let's see, can I like... I can. Okay. Good. Oh, it's fine. No. Stop doing the leapfrog to get me. Are these guys playing an advanced game of leapfrog? I hope not. Okay. Finally. There better not be another one. Watch someone clip this, take it to Kernifer, and go like, "Hey, yeah, you see this fool right here? The fool being me, of course. We need to do something about what he's doing. Put another enemy like right there." I'm hamming up the trope. I don't think anyone is specifically taking things that I do over to Kernifer. That's a bit self-conceited, even for me. And I can be conceited. I've caught myself being conceited before. But that is definitely main character syndrome. 110%. If I do that, or if I make that claim, and even if presented with evidence, there would be no way for me to confirm. There's no way to like prove motive with something like that. There just isn't, because plausible deniability. Yeah, these guys have half the health. They're fine. The harvesters are the real jump scare. Good. Okay. Oh my god. Yes, please get me the hell. Oh, I have to walk back into that, but I need this. I need the victory. Oh. And yeah. I think I have found my most annoying segment yet of this game, of the mod, and that is this. And it's... Oh boy. There's not another rest site. Do I want to be knuckle dragging myself into that? How? That is a double free aim. That's hilarious. Okay, make these hard runes. My neighbor is mowing their lawn outside, and I'm hoping that no one is hearing the tractor trailer being. I'm joking. It's just a mower, but I'm certainly hoping people cannot, in fact, hear the lawnmower being used. Nice, got him. That was so close. Thank you, Philosopher says I don't. No, I wasn't pointing an accusation or anything. I just... It is like I was saying, it is definitely main character syndrome to say that someone is sending clips, you know, to any individual in particular. That's like that's terminally online behavior, and I don't think most people have the time of day to do that. Mr. Jason says, I sure can't wait to get angry with the wonderful Lon Ranch obstacle course when the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time releases later this year. The obstacle okay, so I think they're gonna probably redo the obstacle course. And my reasoning for that is mostly just they've learned a lot of lessons from the past, and it is probably definitely something I would expect them to take to heart. If people are like, hey, we don't like this, And here's why. Well, ow. Yep. Just roll in, you clod. These might be perfectly timed. Careful. All right, switch sides. Good. All right. Well, that was only a little bit stressful. Just a little. Honestly, I would much rather see a sea of these guys than a harvester. The harvesters are not on the level of the Royal Revenant. The Royal Revenants are my most hated enemy in this game by far. They feel incredibly unfair to fight against. I know that there are tactics to handle them, right? You know, I wouldn't have made it up to Radagon without knowing how to fight them, but I don't have to like fighting them. Like there's no, there really isn't an easy avenue to address the issues I have with them. I get that they're supposed to be a fast enemy that attacks a lot of times. Maybe it's the I don't know how to handle them part. Like, I know to roll forward or past them, like roll into the attack and either to the left or right. So they just kind of, you know, have a spasm. Going further away from you, but trying to manage that and damaging them at the same time is, even with something like Rain of Fire, right? That's a big deal for me. Okay, thank goodness. And we've already DPS'd that one. Okay. Cool. And we just sit right here and let these things like not 360 degree wrap around the corners. Fun fact for those that are new to Elden Ring or just not familiar with it. And I do not think Reforged has changed this particular thing about the pest threads. When these guys eject their spines, which is what the pest threads are, they can wrap more than 360 degrees around corners. They can their movement, their precision movement is that good. They can wrap around a point in space more effectively than just an arced line typically can, or a circle can, which is very impressive. It also means cover is like partially nullified if you're dealing with them. But like the height of cover is still important. So like if you're like sufficiently around a pillar or a corner and you're like nestled or tucked in, you shouldn't get hit by any spines from a kindred of rot. I hear something. Ah, I think I know what I'm hearing. Okay, this is the last one. Nice. Yeah, and that gives us actually I think that arena was already good to go anyway, but still. I think there's an alabaster lord up here. I'm gonna make an entry just in case, and if so, I might be mixing up something in Convergence with something in this game, but we'll see. Thank you, Philosopher says no, there's one here. Thanks for the confirmation. I've played enough. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's the little thing to confirm it. I've played enough of Convergence that I sometimes get things confused. Although it should be exceedingly less likely that I do that because that Lake of Rot, I believe, has gone through some significant changes, less obelisk switches and more hard obstacles. Okay, let's swap these numbers around then. All right, now we're in a limited space, so I am going to turn on the focus overlay. And for those that have not seen this before, whenever there's like a screen or an obscuring element in front of my face, my webcam here in the upper right corner or wherever it happens to be, I am generally not up for too much conversation. So if someone comes in with a raid, if someone says hi, someone says bye, or there's a first time chatter, I will generally still try to entertain conversation, but otherwise I like to focus on the game at hand because Elden Ring is hard. Reforged vanilla doesn't matter. The game is hard sometimes, and it demands a lot of your focus. There's no side chick or side dude that you can have with Elden Ring, I promise, at least in terms of your attention anyway. That said, hopefully this should not take too terribly long, and I will see you guys on the other side of this.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Thank you for the good luck. Oh my god, that was close. That was super close. Oof. The closest, and I do mean the closest of shaves. Marioma says, finish it, son. Thanks. It is, in fact, finished. And with any luck, there may be, like, one single solitary rune piece here. And then probably we're good to move on. I think there might be some other rune pieces out here in the Lake of Rot, and we should probably see them for scouting purposes, but I'm going to be real honest and say that there are probably definitely some skips that will be coming, and I think the Lake of Rot is going to have a good chunk of them. But thanks for the GGs, folks. Oh, no pressure, right? Has anyone else done something of a similar nature before, where not necessarily this game, right? But like they made a little challenge to themselves, like maybe you told yourselves, I think I could do this challenge or that challenge just on my own, just by myself. Just to see if I can. I think I can. I can't say that I've ever tried like a speed run. That'd be the thing that I think of. But I have dared myself to complete certain segments of a game without taking damage. Or other similar things as well. Blasphemous 2 comes to mind. Thanks for the redeem. Okay, so we got two. That's rough, because I think our fine friend is in that general direction. And I don't really know. This might be where the preserving bowls has come in, actually. I mean, it is a funny noise, isn't it? Like, who would have thunk Miyazaki either knew what he was doing when he paid people for that role, or when his development team paid people for that role,
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Thanks for the redemption. I will endeavor to sit up straight for the next 5 minutes. While we wait for our health to tick up a little bit, of course. Yeah, this definitely feels like a preserving bolus time, for sure. All right, now I need to get up onto the cliff face, like, really quick. Now, come on, come right this way, Sir Scorpion. I have no. I feel like I know we probably just gotta trudge through it, but
off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
yeah, there's no shot.
Welcome to CoinStand. Have you been enjoying the live and/or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful. to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. You guys have been wonderful today, for the record. In the next 3 or 2.5 minutes, there will be a timer that appears to the left of my webcam. It'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the advertisements are and how long the ad break will last. If you're not using an ad blocker, I highly recommend that you guys get up and take a stretch break for yourselves. No one likes ads. I certainly don't. I'm going to be doing the same exact thing, as a matter of fact. I encourage us to take a break together. It'll make that break pass by much faster. But I am not the arbiter of your time. Do what you want. Once those 3 minutes are over, the ads should be finished. I should be back at my desk, and we can pick right back up where we were before. Marioma says, oh God, that thing is huge. Yeah, I thought the same thing at first. This thing is like a huge scorpion. That's why you hate insects? Yeah. Arachnids like this one can be very very frustrating. Yeah, how about not being able to come up here? Nice. Let's get some more hard runes ready. But I totally get that. Yeah, just a minute. I don't think you would watch Starship Troopers, which is like an old film, old classic. They got some insectile monsters in them, and they're really freaking scary. Marioma says, I felt like I was in a meeting, but it was okay. I'm always working on ways to make that particular advert better. I already know that there's a quiet section, or like the advert is a little bit generally quiet, and I need to maybe find something I could use to make it louder, just a smidge. Just a smidge, though, not too much more. In the interest of not wanting to come back and immediately having to cleanse myself of Scarlet Rot, we're gonna wait right here, and then we'll trudge through it when we return. We'll probably have to turn tail and run, because there's no chance that I'm going to be able to fight the boss now, but that's a future problem. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's see. And after checking in with the chats, thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you as well, good sir. I hope everyone had a wonderful commercial break, you know, and finding something fun to do or productive to do or what have you. I do hope people were not too incredibly driven mad by the commercials. I wish I didn't have to run them. If Twitch ever becomes Justin.tv again, I imagine they would probably not continue this particular thing they were doing, but I digress. Time to trudge through the poison, or the rot, excuse me. Oh, that was close. Okay. There's definitely this big giant corpse in the middle that's most certainly definitely the Dragonkin soldier, but we are not ready for that yet. And I gotta mind my positioning the whole time, because we are now totally out of flasks. Oof. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder if I just make a run for it. Because there's 3 right there. If I don't run, I might be able to get up here. Yeah, okay, now I can kind of like rain terror from above. That's funny. He just he was doing the cha-cha slide, like, for that. That's hilarious. We can just kind of let them move. If they're going to do that, that would be great. Okay, that should take care of the 2 that's immediately in this area. And now we have this horror, this platforming hell to deal with. Nice, there's 2 of them right there. There's no shot that that's makeable. It is, barely, but it is. Wow, incredible. That is, I cannot believe that that was actually doable. Do I want what that is bad? I mean, I feel like I need to probably do that, but that is almost certainly a trio of harvesters that I do not want to engage with. I guess I could use the Starlight Shard. Yeah, there's a Starlight Shard. We could definitely temporarily replace that with this. No, it'll just literally let them cook alive. And then we probably let the Blood Boon Flame take care of that one. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Mr. Jason says at some point in the future, I need to purchase a copy of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet just for my Nintendo Switch OLED model. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition. Well, with any luck, it should be cheaper than okay, this all content, so I guess, but like, come on, that it was so not worth it. It's not even funny. What? Sorry, what? Who said you could have an invisible pathway right here? Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did I tell you why Mr. Jason purchased Mr. Jason's Nintendo Switch OLED Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition? I don't remember if you did or didn't. However, what I would probably hazard a guess to is that I need to make 3 of these quick. I'm willing to bet that that one had a steelbook cover. Nice. And I'm willing to bet that jump definitely caused well, I don't know about that. I do not know about that. Okay, now the Starlight Shard is completely expended. Nice. Oh, I got afflicted with rot. Yeah, of course that would happen. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, so I'm curious as to whether or not I'm correct. Was there a steelbook cover responsible for that? I definitely feel as though there should be another rest site here. I just feel like it's just too much rot to trudge through without some other rest site present. I don't know. Okay. And then I think we're going to be back over in... Oh, we got some ancestor worshippers? Really now? How? It's fine. We were gonna die here anyway. Because too many enemies to fight through. Too much rot to try to clear out. Like, that was gonna happen. Okay, this is a bad stake of America. Like, come on. At least make the enemy docile. It's fine. Just take the rot. Just take the rot. Just take it. It's fine. Just deal with it. 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 Let's go. I will respond to that in like a couple of seconds. Okay. Holy heck. Yeah, that is a bad stake of America. That should, I know why this is here, but this stake needs to be moved. I should not be immediately attacked by a kindred of rot when I use it. I'm sorry. Mr. Jason says, in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, good sir, the in-game Nintendo Switch system in the character's bedroom changes its Joy-Cons depending on the system you have. Oh, that's really cool. I don't know if I would have necessarily, you know, spent that much on such a little bit of a detail, but I think that is really cool that it does that, because that is, I can tell you that is coding space that one would definitely not want to put in without like a good reason. Like it does add character to the nope, wrong one. It adds a significant amount of character to the game just for that. Nintendo is always kind of known for like these small details. Yeah, back up. All right. And then we just soap off and we're fine. So far, we're doing okay. Yeah, that's a nice little, you know, attention to detail. I can see why people would like that in Scarlet and Violet. Mr. Jason says, just like the Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition, good sir, if you start a new island with it, there is code that recognizes its Joy-Cons, and you get an exclusive in-game letter from Nintendo with the ACNH Nintendo Switch item for free. Yeah, that's cool. Again, it's one of those nice, hey, you bought our product. Here's like a free, here's free recognition of that. Which is nice. It's nice when companies should reward and recognize brand loyalty. Now, of course, are there many reasons for Nintendo to, I see that kindred, or that harvester of rot over there. In fact, I see two of them. Yeah, there's no shot. Oh, what's the matter? You can't get to me? Good. That's exactly what I want happening. That is also some pretty significant regen. What? How? Oh, cleanse that quickly. How did he That's weird. Mr. Jason says, speaking of exclusives, if you find a channel named Coinstamp on the Purple app and click follow, find a channel named Coinstamp on the red app and a channel named Coinstamp on the green app. You will be exclusively subscribed to the Dapper Gentleman. I appreciate that, good sir. Yeah, okay, so that scorpion marks the area. What I should probably do then is actually almost killed yourself with that cleanse. Oh yeah, I did in fact nearly kill myself with it. You're right. And I might end up killing myself with it again. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason needs to fix an error, good sir. Take your time. Take your time. We're just gonna be here, you know, wading through the red spaghetti sauce water. You know, name being workshopped TM. Look, it's got the, you can see the little meatballs in it. You got like the churning tomato sauce. It's got like the nice shimmery sheen on it. It's tomato sauce. I jest, of course, but still. Let's get rid of the thing in the thing. We probably won't need those. Mr. Jason says, speaking of exclusives, if you find a channel named Coinstamp on the purple app and click follow, find a channel named Coinstamp on the red app and click subscribe, and find a channel named Coinstamp on the green app and click follow. You will be exclusively subscribed to the Dapper Gentleman. I appreciate you, you know, fixing that, good sir. I think people got the general point of it without that tweak, but I totally get that. I'm also the sort of person that does actively, I am the person that will correct themselves in chat rather than have the streamer kind of interpret what I'm trying to say, or you know, have someone else interpret what I try to say, because I think clarity and communication is important. I meant to get the perfect drink for that, but not much else to say. Is that a kindred of, is that a harvester in the water? Like, it's not good enough that there's a dragonkin soldier. There are also harvesters. Please tell me those are dead harvesters. I guess we'll have to find that out. Mr. Jason says, and sometimes if you join those wonderful channels, you might occasionally encounter a rare Mr. Jason glaze. I think we're in a Krispy Kreme factory on that one, Mr. Jason. But I'm not complaining. Sorry, was just taking a nice big gulp of coffee before continuing. Well, you guys know what time this is. It's time for me to perish, I think. Actually, what it probably is time for is it is time to swap out for an enemy that does not that floats. Mr. Jason says, BRB, I'm hopping back over to Seremus. No worries. No worries at all, good sir. I believe this jelly won't take any scarlet rot because it's floating, but we'll see. Well, with any luck, this won't take too terribly long. And I will see everyone on the other side of all this. Yeah, that wasn't too terrible. Honestly, the hard part was getting to the fight, not dealing with it. And thank you for the GGs. Now we could actually move on to the boss I was at least hoping to get to on Monday. I was really hoping to not have to spend all day on the Baleful Shadow, but that needed to happen. I needed to be brought down a couple of pegs. And indeed I have, at least when it comes to the Baleful Shadow anyway. Oh, not too much more to say than that. I'm hoping this will also kind of be the last that we have to, like, use these materials to abate the scarlet rot for a while. Okay, pick it up, coin. Come on. There we go. All right. We can get out of here now. Thank God we could get out of here. Oh, this area will not be, the cloister will be not quite as bad. Yeah, there's still rot, but like you aren't just wading through a swamp of rot every 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's going to be way easier for this section's going to be way easier for me to deal with. Before that though, I do want to step back to the table and do like a giant rune sell-off again. Kind of see where our hard runes are, because we converted quite a lot of runes to hard poppable runes. There are also probably some things we need to sell, because we're never going to use them, whatever they are, etc., etc. Like these greases or these darts and cuckoo glintstone items, that kind of thing. Okay, so we have here, never going to use the exalted flesh. We're good to get rid of that. Oh, I referred to all the greases while gesturing to the craft menu. Yeah, that classic coin, very classic. Going to just sell 2 of these. See, we need that Alabaster Lord's Sword. Skill hits empower next heavy attacks with lightning. Oh, that's cool. That feels like a custom weapon to me. Yeah, that's a nice looking sword. I am not a great sword person, but I could respect the artistry that goes into the sprite, icon, and graphic design, both in base Elden Ring and by Team Kernifer and others who pour in their contributions. Oh, vanilla sword, but the effect on the skill use is new. I've been playing Reforged too long. I don't know what's vanilla anymore. Yeah, but the effect on skill use is new. I don't normally see that type of text on a vanilla item. It's a good set of effects, honestly. Okay, we don't need all that. Let's get rid of these. Vanilla is a flavor. It is a flavor. Yes. I prefer my mods with lots of, or I prefer my games with chocolate swirls in them, or mint swirls. I like that type of thing in games. Not that I don't appreciate the vanilla experience, but And I suppose it's probably worth mentioning that, and not while I generally prefer modded games, like games with mods in them, I'm not opposed to playing vanilla stuff or anything. And not every mod is good quality chocolate. Sometimes the mod means well, but is not appropriately balanced, and sometimes it's just bad. Like, you don't know what you're getting when it comes to. You can read the description on mods all you want, which I do. I read the description. If there's a README, I take a look at it. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you know everything you're getting in a mod. And the description doesn't always help you, like, determine how something plays. You might know what it's saying it does, but how it plays or how it's implemented can sometimes be different. And especially with a large mod like this, believe we're good here. What do I want here? Because I'm hitting like the arcane cap. I think I do want some more faith for the purposes of for the purposes of not only buff duration, because I need that more than ever, but also the ability to use some new spells. Some require like 46 faith. I think, yeah, it's the spell you get from Mesmer himself that's like 46 faith, and I don't even know how good it is. Okay, we'll just take a moment and convert all our materials, and then we'll be back out into the field and dealing with the ulcerated tree spirit. Also, do we have 50% codex completion? We do. So we can do this out in the courtyard rather than here at the table. The courtyard is one of the best additions to Reforged yet, outside of like the bestiary. The gilded court is great, and I'm hoping one thing that could be included is like the opportunity for horse skins and not just body hue, although body hues do a lot. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that the court can be the start of a few more convergence style features with the twist to make them vanilla, or vanilla-esque, because that's the whole thing about Reforged, right? Is it's definitely chocolate. It doesn't try to hide the fact that it's chocolate, but it's a chocolate swirl. It's the same great vanilla ice cream with a chocolate swirl, and honestly, you could just as easily say that FromSoft put in the chocolate swirl themselves. That's kind of the whole point. Is that what am I doing? Oh right, breaking down material. That is what I am doing. Took me 5 ever to remember that, but I digress. Might as well break some of these down. We're definitely good on formic rock, or stuff broken down from formic rocks. So yeah, let's turn that into alchemic. Same thing with these. Sure, we can do some. We can have an arrangement like this. Yeah, sure. That's probably fine. And the rest gets broken down like normal. Okay. Goody. That's done. We're good to go into the Lake of Rot, or the Grand Cloister, and finally work toward the ulcerated tree spirit. I do know where it is, so it's pretty easy to find. You just quite literally come down here at the bottom, and it will drop right in. It would be cool if it would emerge from the waterfall of rot, the rot fall even, but you take what you can get sometimes. You take what you can get. Now, I need to actually think a minute. Thinking back to our segment back there, I'm wondering if we skip. Like, what will we skip here? Well, I mean, it's all content, but like, I probably don't need to go around the edges and say like these sections, like these lobes. We probably don't need to be there. There are like a few spots in this where I think you could probably skip and not fight quite so many things, but the rune pieces weren't like Scarlet Aeonia levels of obnoxious. And it's not even the position of the rune pieces, it's like the enemies nearby that may be a little bit they're a bit much. I'll get better with them as I practice more. Figure out when I should run, when I should attack. There'll probably even be one or two in here, because it would only make too much sense for the harvesters to be down here as well. There is a rune piece. I do want that. Oh no, hold on. How did I make that? That should not have been possible. Yeah, in fact, I don't know what I was thinking. I thought I had a choice, but I really kind of just don't. There. That's better. Hello, boys. Okay, what's hitting me a second time? I can hear a bow being like pulled back. Is it that one? That's what it looks like. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my ears out. because these guys, they probably are still capable of using the magic or dwelling arrow attack and attacking and getting one shot by that would not be a terrible amount of fun. I'll also just come out and say for those that are watching or what have you, as much as I would like to maybe stay overtime today and, you know, stream extra as compensation, I'd love to be able to do that. I have to be over at my client's house tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and actually a little bit before 9 in the morning for a briefing, like for job changes or stuff of that nature. So I gotta be out of stream right at 5 o'clock. I gotta get stuff packed. It's gonna be a whole endeavor. That's going to be a whole endeavor, and I don't want to wait until the last minute on that. I've never been more than 5 minutes late to my client job, and I would like to maintain that. Truly. Plus, being punctual is just a good, like a good practice. Okay. This is a... Now, what I don't know if this is like a subtype or not, but I do know it is an ulcerated tree spirit, so it is focus time. I will see you guys on the other side of this. It is a putrid tree spirit. Okay. I will definitely have to tweak that accordingly. Yep, that's fine. I knew that was gonna happen. Putrid tree spirit. I should adjust that now. Okay. I'm gonna hope that thing, I don't have to continually go and find it, but oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, drop down. Drop down again. Drop down one more time. Why does that feel like you can get up there? There's no chance you can get up that. Well, not if I keep flubbing it up. That is doable. But is there a point? Or am I kind of just barking up a wrong tree? I'm sort of curious. I think I'm barking up the wrong tree because I don't see anything that would make me have to readjust what I am doing. I am concerned about the pair of putrid ancestral worshippers, and I may also need to be concerned about this one as well. How far do they walk up here? That one might be okay. Now that one might be okay, but these two, I'm gonna need to deal with each time. They do breathe scarlet rot. Good to know. Useful note for the future. Who do we want here? Lutel might be a good one. Although, honestly, those spirit jellyfish may also work here. But let's try Lutel first. Because Lutel shouldn't be getting hit with too many ticks of poison or rot here. Okay, take the rot, Lutel, get out of the way. How? You know, I'm not going to think about it too hard. I did not mean to do that. How? That was just a wrong, that was a wrong roll. Come on. That is doable. Also, I definitely don't need this many flasks. I need to fix that. Or this many cerulean flasks. I definitely want more. I want the usual amount of flasks, thank you. The real test is going to be Estelle, Withered, Natural Born of the Void. I'm going to be curious to see how much work I'm going to need for that boss. Okay, drop down. And kind of just let them hide. All right, nothing to do but try. I summoned the wrong one. It might even be fine. We'll see. Yeah, but yeah, let's try again. Dead. I forgot to mind my health. I really cannot do that. I had that. I have to have boluses for that fight. It would probably also help if I just didn't get hit. Like, actually killed myself this time. Yes, I did. Actual self-destruct. For the record, if I were running like a red sword branch build, I think that's the correct one. Yeah, the red feathered branch sword, a favorite among challenge runners. I would actually probably have to use the self damage from Flame Cleanse Me very specifically to comfortably get down to the point where I could use it. Like if I needed that much of a DPS boost, that would be how you'd have to do it. The only spot where that wouldn't actually work is Damageless. In Damageless challenge runs, you'd have to rely on Ritual Sword Talisman type effects. Or do more damage when at full health, because you can't really afford to take damage anyway.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
We do take commercial breaks here at the top of each and every hour. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me up to this point. Your company has been greatly appreciated. The ad breaks are mostly there to combat pre-roll. I hate that Amazon has sort of enshittified Twitch, but it is what it is. You know, c'est la vie. Try not to think about it too hard, right? So I run ads. I run 3 minutes worth of ads at the top of every hour. I highly encourage the use of an ad blocker, but barring that, I also highly encourage people to get up and take a stretch break for themselves. Yeah, by all means, continue to stand in that. There will be a timer to the left of my webcam in about 3.5 minutes. That will indicate how long the break is and how many minutes of ads are to be served up. I usually take a stretch break during those. I highly encourage other people to do the same thing. It'll make the time pass by just that much faster. But I am the arbiter of no one's time. Spend yours however you see fit. Once those 3 minutes are over, I will have returned from my desk. I shouldn't even poll until after the ad break, if I'm being completely honest. I should wait. No shot I get that done in 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes. Just gonna park back here and wait. Park back here and wait is what's happening. Yeah, once those 3 minutes are up, I should have returned to my seat. The ads should have been finished playing, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay today. You guys got to see me wipe face quite a few times trying to figure out how to deal with the harvesters in the Lake of Rot. That'll be fun practicing, among other things, as well as two very distinctly easy segments. I would call them easy. Once you figured them out, this isn't like Elevator Noble or Noster, where they ask you to do more than what you would typically know to do in Elden Ring. They aren't a DPS check. They are just the can you survive and can you do it in a restricted space? If you can, great. If not, I hope the rest of the game has taught you how to handle fighting in restricted, hazardous spaces. And I'm hoping this one, I hope I'm not making myself look the fool by dying to something sincerely that easy. Though Putrid Tree Spirit doesn't seem that hard. I don't feel like I'm failing a DPS check with Putrid Tree Spirit. It feels like I'm just getting hit for no reason. Actual skissue, right? I'm kind of hoping this will sort of be the last straw on that. Oh, sorry, stretching. That's what I'm doing. Oh, seated stretch. Gotta love those. But we'll pick right back up after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. You know, finding something to do that you want to do during those 3 minutes. Thankfully, the spill that I had to clean up was not did not cause me to go over time. Well, I think I've kept us waiting with bated breath long enough. It's boss time again. See you guys on the other side of this. Fingers crossed. What? I don't know how that worked, but I'm not gonna think too hard about it. There, that's better. Now we can probably afford to use our other spells here. It's just that Flame Cleanse Me is very risky when you're... it's extremely risky when you're in a boss fight. I didn't really understand why people called it risky. Like earlier on in my experience with Reforged, now I understand. I have a better understanding of that. Yeah, that... Oh. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that animation change. I feel like it's a couple steps too far. Like, if it's for like PvP related shenanigans, just, I don't know, give me a PvE version. I'm not, what could I possibly cheese with the spirit severing blade? What could I possibly cheese with that animation? That I'm confounded by it. I wish I understood the decision. I could get behind it if I understood the decision behind the animation speed being what it is. Or at the very least, I could rationalize that. I could rationalize it away and be less concerned about it. Oh yeah, I just ate a huge amount. Yeah, that was not gonna ever work. That just was not gonna work. I should have just backed off and not took a huge amount of rot breath to the face. That is just actual skishu. In fact, I'll even go so far as to call it self-sabotage. It might as well be self-sabotage because that was just purely avoidable. Angie Philosopher says it shares its animation with the PvP item that's been slowed down, and it isn't really necessary to give the Severing Blade an extra additional animation because it doesn't need to be. I figured it was probably a PvP related change. Now, what I did not know was that it was because that animation is shared by a PvP item. I want to say the item in question is the Finger Severer, which that I could get, but then I guess an important question I gotta ask is, did Kernifer account for the horseback version? Because the horseback version is, I don't know if you can use the Finger Severer on horseback. I'd have to test that. Oh, I forgot. I think I'm actually online right now. Oh boy. You can't. Torrent is disabled in co-op. Okay, so it's accounted for by the virtue of you can't do it anyway. So yeah, I guess what I'm learning is that the new meta is summon unsummon these types of things off of horseback where it's less of a concern. A horseback animation is an intended feature. I'm fine with this, or at the very least it is a product of circumstance, and I will also take that. I think I'm just getting lucky because I don't think most people are in this area. Huh. Oh, you can see that because your MP section in the menu is grayed out. I'm learning new things. Ah, okay, yes. Learning things every day. Although I believe that was a vanilla feature, so I don't know. I had tried to log in with the on. I probably just misclicked because I think you were telling me about the rainbow stone that you could get for free. Which, you know what, why don't we do that right here? While I'm right here, I don't want to forget. So let's return to desktop. Just no, I clicked the correct executable. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I'll have to review I'll have to review Monday's VOD for that. And along with like some messages. And I guess for now, we could just remove the blur. Okay, so yeah, if I do that, oh, I have to load in. Of course, I have to load in. Incredible. Unless something is, let me check the server, Discord server. I don't think there was like an update about that recently. Okay, I don't see I don't see any kind of like update that would suggest that I need to do anything different. All right, so let's quit this. Angie Philosopher says your Steam must be set to launch ER, Elden Ring, and online. Otherwise, Reforged online launcher can't hook into the connection to the server. Oh, okay. So I need to change that in a Steam setting. Is what I'm hearing. Okay, 1 second. And my apologies for all this having been blurred out. I just don't, I know this blur is reversible, but if someone is reverse blurring a live stream, I think that person is probably sufficiently, they've probably sufficiently earned the right to do that, considering that, one, I'm kind of a nobody, and number two, someone would have to kind of not have a life to do that. So they were saying Steam must be set to launch Elden Ring in online. So if I look. So just to make sure, actually I should read the README. Let me take a quick look at that README. Online launcher shortcut for your operating system. The launcher will exclude any add-ons or DLL, which are not whitelisted for online play, and allow you to connect to the server in-game. Comes with its own multiplayer client. Okay, so I think I have to set the base game to sign in, which I guess I'll try that. Otherwise, I'll thumb through the option on my own time rather than waste everyone else's time by doing this. And, you know, surprise epilepsy flash from regular old Elden Ring. God, that is one of the best things to have changed in Reforged, is just removing the white flash. Okay, so now we log in. Yeah, you're giving me information about that. And this is probably in the this is in the like network launch setting, play online. Okay. And I wonder if I have to adjust that on the Reforged side. Now let's take a quick look-see. Might as well get the free rainbow stone. And then we can go back to offline, because I don't want to take any chances with that. Do you need to talk, just out of curiosity, Angie Philosopher, do you need to talk to anyone to get the stone, or is it just auto assigned to you when you log in? Mr. Jason says, I'm heading off now, good sir. I need to wash some dishes and make a cup of tea. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. I incredibly appreciate it. Also, we can unblur this. Please do enjoy your cup of tea, and I hope the dishes don't take up too much of your time. It was good to see you, good sir. I hope to see you, you know, on Monday. Good sir. Please do take care of yourself out there. The world is a dangerous place, and you know you're more than welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, good sir. But please do rest well and enjoy your cup of tea. Angie Philosopher says, just load in and the character has it. Okay, thanks for that. And I get an opportunity to show this anyway during the routing, because I'm not really going to be able to show that off when the actual challenge run begins. Welcome to the Elden Ring Reforged online server. Online activity, whilst connected, will not affect your official multiplayer status. To protect against cheating and abuse, please record footage and keep track of your recent players list on Steam. Report cheaters on the Discord at https discord.gg/Elden Ring Reforged. Yep, there's a whole like forum system for that, with some very stringent rules to make sure that the reporting system is used exactly what it is supposed to be used for. Okay, so it should just be able to load this in as per Angie Philosopher's statement, and it should, I should just be able to confirm an entry or something. I had 30 rainbow stone prior to... I had 30 rainbow stone prior, and I still have the 30. Was that like a special? It's fine if that's the case. Because or maybe I have to actually hook up to multiplayer. Angie Philosopher says I got it right in my inventory. Let's do some I'm gonna do some like scouting, hopefully not get if I pause, then I don't have to worry about this too incredibly much. All right, let's do some scouting around. Angie Philosopher says, just don't pause for too long or all the player phantoms being loaded all at once will crash my game. Good to know. Okay. That means do not pause. Do not pause. Just let the game naturally happen. I'm not seeing any text that points to like I have to just take the death. Yeah, I have to just take the death here. Well, oh, there's a whole bunch of signs here. I see. Lots of people are dying here. Well, I don't know really what to say except, just loaded in on a character that had never been online and got the stone immediately. Maybe it has to be like a new file, right? Maybe it can't be one from maybe it can't be one this many updates old or whatever. It was 31 hours old, huh? I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try making a new file and see if I get one. If not, then, you know, okay, it's not a big deal. Let's make a new game. Sure, I will use that. I will pick a stone sword key as the keepsake. I should either get it right when I load in, or I'll get it when we dive into the tutorial. And no, I'm not going to count this because this isn't the challenge run character, just as a word of warning. In fact, let me take this off the screen while we're doing that, because this is meant to just be like a quick test. Skip, ski, potato, all of that fun stuff. Okay, I didn't get it. Ah, here it is. There's the free rainbow stone. Do I need to go to the Chapel of Anticipation then? That could be what has to happen. And in which case, kind of don't know what to do about that, if anything, other than get it later when we're not in the middle. No, my character was in Weeping Peninsula. I see. Then I'm not really sure what to say. Say there. other than I guess I don't really lose too much progress for I'm gonna delete this profile. I don't really lose too much progress for this, so I guess I will go back to the Chapel of Anticipation and see if I get it, which ought to be over here. We're gonna go back to the chapel. If that doesn't work, then I don't know what to say. That feels like a doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things. Okay. It's probably like a account flag or an update flag if I had to guess. Let's head back to the correct area, and then we'll do the whole song and dance with booting up the correct version of the game. This should only take us but a moment. I do think that's interesting though, and is definitely worth. It's also no, because. Sorry, I got like 3 or 4 flitting thoughts in my head. There's actually no way I could have obtained this rainbow stone at any other point, because that should have been for online play, right? Like according to all the discussion we've had, right? It should have been impossible for me to get the rainbow stone any other by logging in offline. Angie Philosopher says only appears when connecting to the server. Exactly. So yeah, it should actually be impossible for the scenario I just described to have occurred. Yeah, I'm not missing out by a rainbow stone or anything. I'm not concerned about it. Though I am curious as to what might cause one to miss their free rainbow stone. And this would mainly be for like old character files. Like I'm very familiar. Like like the new file I made got it no problem. It's mainly just the old file. Man, I've been trying to learn like game dev related skills, and I can't really think of anything off the top of my head that would prevent one from obtaining an online bonus or like a free online item. Nah. Hey, I hope happy Pride Month, everybody. As dark and dire as these times are, whether you're gay or you're queer, you're bi or you're pan, I hope you find that special someone out there. And that's kind of addressed collectively. And if you're straight, then I hope you help I hope you're an ally to your gay and queer friends, and you help them celebrate Pride Month in the way that they ask for, free of harassment. Be their voice, because every day more and more queer voices are being silenced in one way or another. And don't let people get away with rainbow capitalism. I say this as an anarcho-capitalist myself.
don't let people use LGBT as like a market to sell whatever. Support queer-owned businesses. Because there is a difference between there are differences between just using queer people for a quick buck and trying to honestly market something to them. There is a difference. If you're a clothing store, you probably don't, or something similar, you know, that sells items everyone can use, you probably don't need to market to queer people in specific. Sorry, getting all the Twitter, like, social media disclaimers out there, that kind of thing. Trying to think of how I would best want to pull this. Because I'm getting 2 of them no matter what. Actually, I'm getting all 5 of them no matter what. I was put to sleep. How? Oh, I know it's the guy with the huge staff. It's just if you're in the area, you don't need that's actually quite a deceptive range. There we go. And I could take a clarifying bolus or stimulating bolus here to clear that. And although I stated some economic and government positions, I'm not really in the. I don't want to be in the business of discussing those if I don't have to, because I realize already, just based on what I said, that my positions are kind of ancillary to each other, or at least the world writ large seems to think that these positions are ancillary to each other, and that would be a whole debate that I do not care for. There we go. Got her. So far, and I guess in the only semi-political thing I will probably discuss is I have not yet found someone to review my petition or anything of the sort. I can't make any movement off of even collecting signatures for it until I'm sure I'm doing things the right way. Oh, that duck is so good. That sliding, that slide is great. You don't really appreciate the slide until you remember to use it, and then you just do. It's great. I kind of get a nice warm fuzzy from using the slide. to like dodge arrows or something else of that nature. Okay, this feels like a, yeah, walk and maybe do something like this. Right? Hold on, maybe I'm overthinking it. I might be overthinking it, actually. Yeah, I definitely see where I overthought that. You just jump on these pillars. And then you walk around and you can get it pretty easily, I might add. Now, was there anything on the other side like this other thing? I wouldn't think so. But I you know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. And this cat has been satisfied. And so now I know there's probably something back here. There's no way there's a big giant chest room and there's not something here. Like a stone shield scorpion or just something. Never mind. No, it's just and dagger, I think. The rotten flower blooms twice. I'm sorry, what? That's cool. It's like this weird kick. Conjure stingers of scarlet rot from below to stab the enemy. Landing the attack on a foe already inflicted with rot deals massive damage in one fell swoop. Cool. I can't use that, but it's a cool one nonetheless. And that's way different from what it used to be. I'm gonna check for a rune piece, but there is no way we're fighting Estelle on such limited supplies. Absolutely not happening. No, I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I pressed A when I needed to not do that. I guess we'll be making an attempt on limited supplies. Winky face. I have a Grace down there. Thank God, and thank you for the assistance with that. Oh, that would have been awful. I'm pretty sure that's vanilla too. If it like, yeah, that I feel like that one's vanilla. And I just completely forgot about it. The Grace is from Reforged? Never. Nabbit. I swear I will remember things correctly. Yeah, this is that's probably fine. Something like that. Now, with Estelle, I do not, I will probably want, like either Magic Fort or, Protection of the Erd Tree, and probably, wait, this is gravity, these are gravitational things. And those span a couple of different damage types. Lightning, physical, and magic. And I could even check that with some of the spells. Yeah, lightning, true split. Yeah, so actually not protection of the Erd Tree. That'll be lightning fort. Don't want flame of frenzy. I do not think Blood Boon and the meteors have strike lightning split. Yeah, so like the mitigating factor is lightning damage. So thank you for the assist on that. All right, we can actually check Estelle's, or at least like the lesser withered Estelle's resistances. Because the actual big thing should be the big boss should have the same kinds of resistances. Immune to sleep. Resistant to... Okay, I do want to pack Blood Boon for this. Okay. Makes sense. Still going to pack Rain of Fire for other purposes, but we don't need Frenzied Burst here. Like, that's just not going to work out too great for us. What the other thing I don't quite know is if is there going to be a day-night, or will Estelle force it tonight? That's something else I need to probably find out. I need to like test and play with. So if you guys thought that the Putrid Tree Spirit or the Baleful Shadow was a real treat, you have not seen Estelle, Natural Born of the Void. This makes all the withered Estelles we fought look like child's play. This is also a boss with a really, really significantly large arena. We're talking like not quite, but approaching Renala sized fighting arena. It's a pretty vast place. It's like a pretty vast place. We're also going to... Do I need to make an adjustment? Probably not. Only thing to do is to try. It's a spectacle of a fight. It's a nice... It's almost a capstone to the whole Ronnie the Witch quest line. We're not quite there at the end, but we're getting there. Anyway, it is boss time. I will see you guys on the other side of what will most likely be a difficult endeavor. What? Too early. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Also, I don't feel like Lieutenant was that good here. Too far away, but definitely doable. I thought Estelle Natural Born was going to be a lot harder. I know there's a second Estelle way later. Angie Philosopher says just chip damage if you aren't enraging her. Well, yeah, that's also true. I just didn't notice if Latenna was even striking the target at all. So me definitely thinks a different spirit ash might be in order, and in fact maybe even the spirit jellyfish would be better here, as this thing can be poisoned. It's very resistant, but it can be poisoned. So between like Rain of Fire and the spurt fired off by the spirit jelly, we should have a bit of an easier, or we should, uh-oh, careful. I gotta stop making that mistake. I wonder if that's duckable. No, that seems a little bit too big around to duck.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStand. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content.
Let's try that again, and thank you for the assist, Angie Philosopher. Like I was saying, I did go ahead and sleep the the advertisement that would be happening at the top of the hour. I will manually run that after our fight here, most likely. I don't think there's any chance I finish this in 3 minutes. 2 minutes now that I think on it. To be honest, I probably should have thought about that and even slept the shill, but that's a issue for Coin in the future to worry about. Now, why don't we pick right back up where we left off before we were interrupted, eh? And yeah, I see that I might possibly be getting hit by an orb of electricity here and not particularly be able to do much about it. Nope, I should have rolled in, not out. No, that doesn't even work. I have to like roll through it. Nice. Jelly, aren't you? You're supposed to be taking aggro for me, buddy. I need you to do that. What? That had a follow-up? That had a follow-up. Well, I guess we can let the advert play normally now. Incredible. I did not know that had a follow-up. It's fine. Well, since we have less than 60 seconds, I am just going to say that an ad break will be coming up real soon, and I encourage everyone to get up and stretch for not using an ad blocker. I will be doing the same thing. Speak of the devil. I'll see you guys after said ad break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. We've got 2 hours left to go before I'm hoping that we'll have killed Estelle by the time that has occurred, but I'm prepared for that not to be the case. Hopefully, we all had a wonderful commercial break, found something productive to do, that kind of thing. Let's reset the time of day and maybe think about that elemental attack talisman again. Might need to just do that. Seeing as how I'm not really getting any benefits from the equipment I'm wearing other than, well, the silver tier mask, which is like a grand total of like 6 arcane. It's not nothing, but it certainly could be better. Yeah, the correct answer. I think that this time the correct answer is actually not the ritual sword talisman, although that is another effect I could apply if I were not interested in the elemental attack power. I just kind of feel like we need that over anything else. Nothing to do but try again. Right? See you guys on the other side of this. Hopefully with a dead Estelle instead of, you know, a dead me. Really? Nice. I kind of don't know what to do about that. I feel like I'm spending lots of flasks for no reason. Yeah, you just have to dodge through it. Got it. Got him. Bazinga. Let's go. Thank you for the GGs. It kind of sucks like having to strip down in order to fight the boss. It kind of feels like I shouldn't have to do that. I guess when I think about it, you know, I always had intended for the challenge run to become hitless at some point. So maybe that's like good practice for that, but still, I guess perhaps I probably didn't need to do that because I had 2 more flasks to go, and so the damage output probably wouldn't have mattered in the grand scheme of things, but I felt like the extra 10% attack power along with the elemental attack boost from the low equip load, it just felt too important. All right, so we have the Remembrance of the Natural Born, which I will also, yeah, how did I not claim my death mark that whole time? I guess let's do that and then go turn our remembrance in, probably for Starlight Shards, if I had to guess, because I want to say this boss has a whip and a sorcery, and we don't really use those. Yeah, oh, Waves of Darkness. Never mind, not a sorcery. Curved Sword. It looks like a, yeah, I thought it was a whip, but you're right. It's a flail. We were both wrong. I could definitely say one would think it's a curved sword, though. It just looks like a weird curved, it looks like a weird weapon, to say the least. And this used to be magic. Can't always be correct. Too true. Reforged just such a large game. I don't know how Gino Machino and company get it all right all the time. And never mind Gino Machino doing like Morrowind or Daggerfall speed runs now. Like he has I think he might be doing other things, but I remember the last time I was in one of Gino Machino's streams, it was I walked into a Daggerfall, like the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall speed run, which was cool. It was nice to see Mr. Machino do something that isn't Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Elden Ring related, and he's done a lot of that over his multiple years of streaming. I want to say it's almost a decade, really. So it's definitely nice to see different things, but yeah, I don't know. I'm really regretting this Midras Flame of Frenzy now. I really think Wretch Gore would have been way better of a pick compared to what I was doing before, but can't win them all. Can't be correct all the time. I'm sure Midras is powerful, but I don't know. I feel like I have to. Well, actually, I might even have an opportunity to use that here with Adula. Angie Philosopher says, well, you have Radon dead, don't you? You could go to the DLC and get it normally. Yeah, it's like things to note for the future, right? Like, I'm regretting purchasing it ahead of time. Now I know, hey, if I really want the spell, I can get it normally. Also, this feels like super close range and should be right there. Yeah, now I know to get the spell normally next time if I really care for it. not a big deal. You live and learn. It's the type of thing that would go into some compiled notes. I do need to finish compiling them, get caught up to where we are, but I don't know. I've just been so busy lately, more than anything, and that's always kind of sucky for me. It's sucky for you guys because I pride myself on having good resources for people if they want to like look at what I'm doing, but it's just been like doing anything that hasn't been game dev or shaman legs. Interesting. Okay, well this now I know what garb to get if I were ever interested in that kind of an item. All right, let's return this back to where it was. And I think we actually have to pop a rune here if we want to level up. Yeah, now I know for next time. What spells I should generally be picking. Angie Philosopher says, I feel that for me, that's doing tech support on the Reforged server and helping people is fun, but putting that all together in a guide is really tiring. Yep. And I don't know if this entered your headspace at all, but you could like put together a guide and people are not going to read it, or people may elect not to read it, right? Of course, people are free to say, hey, we put a guide together, read it. We're not giving you technical support unless you do that. Like, there's counterplay to that, but I can't imagine that wasn't at least somewhat of a nagging thought in the midst of putting the guide together, that hey, how many people are going to read it in detail and didn't just tell you, oh yeah, I totally read this thing, or what have you. Aggie Philosopher says, I'm telling you, that's what I'm gonna effing do. Yeah, I hear you on that. If you put together a guide, people should read it. No ifs, ands, or buts. And you're doing that maybe at Team Kernifer's request. Since you're probably part of the team yourself, you're either doing that out of request or you see it as something useful to do. One of those two things, and I don't rightly remember quite which one of those that it was, but you're not really getting paid to write it, so I sort of feel like people should do you the courtesy of reading it. And the same goes with like the mod in general. Like I always use this time to discuss whenever we talk about modded games in general, I always feel I need to say, game balance is really hard. Make it like doing what Team Kernifer does, or any modding team for that matter, is difficult. So for anyone out there that's just kind of generally listening, please don't take advantage. Don't take the team's work for granted. That's not okay. Because there could come a point where the team breaks up and everyone says, yeah, sorry, Reforged is at end of file. We all got more important things to do, like survival. Or what have you. So please thank your mod authors, the devs. Please thank the people that run technical support, or even just help manage the Discord community. It's all pretty much unpaid work, please be nice. That me as a random person on the internet, I'm begging you, be nice. Because I have seen mod authors and mod collection curators quit over the lack of gratitude from the audience, and just assuming that people doing free unpaid labor are doing it at the behest of the community, when that is not at all what it is. Angie Philosopher says I'm a mod on the Discord, so I'm like half part of the team. I mean, I will leave that more directly up to Kernifer, but as far as I'm concerned, outside looking in, you feel like a team member to me. You're doing work that Kernifer would otherwise have to do themselves, or that Evidian would have to do themselves. There is no... It takes a village, and I don't think anyone should undersell their role. That doesn't mean necessarily that the positions are equal, right? I don't want to say it's equivalent. You're very welcome. I don't want to say the work is equivalent, but it all contributes to the cohesive whole. Oh, I guess also before I even get too comfortable, hi Adula. Bye Adula. I don't... No thank you. Now, I know about the Lunar Princess exaltation. Like, I know about it. What I don't know is if there are starlight shards all over this place. Because if I do that, then I can't get the Lunar Princess exaltation talisman. That's like a pretty big deal. I'm kind of concerned about that. But at least for now, what I could do is we got that key when we defeated the Baleful Shadow, so we can... how did I not get the rest site? What? Oh, when I didn't resurrect her. I guess I must have just never grabbed the rest site. I guess we're gonna be heading back here to grab that real quick. Yuck. Well, that's an opportunity to die mid-route. But yeah, one reason I like to play modded games so much is get a chance. Like I try to take the opportunity to showcase the mod. Yes, I get benefit from it, right? You know, I'm streaming it, I'm making content out of it. Yeah, I am benefiting from unpaid labor, which is why I think it is so incredibly important that I discuss and talk about the mod, talk about the dev team, talk about all the little parts of the mod that are great. I try to give back. Nice. Serpentine Weave wasn't going to help that. And not that either, for the record. Now what I can actually do is make one concealing aromatic. Sorry, I'm having some auditory issues for myself. There we go. Angie Philosopher says happened to me a couple of times as well. Yeah. You know, not paying attention to like the like particular quest item or what have you. Lunar Princess Exaltation is an item I've never actually received before. I know it exists. Dark Moon Ring. But I'm wondering where the cutoff for that is. I don't know if slaying a doula does it, or if... I'm also wondering if I've already missed the mark. It's tied to the doll key item. Oh, I actually think I've already let the ship sail on this. I think Ronnie has to be inside this doll. Like, it can't be a dead doll. This is where I probably have to look up and see if there's anything compiled about this on the wiki. No, it doesn't look like it. After meeting the requirements, reach the big stone astrolabe at the top of the stairs to collect the talisman. Yeah, I figured that's where you probably collected it. What I don't know... just based on the acquisition method stated here, I don't think Ronnie, the miniature Ronnie doll has to be... Ronnie doesn't need to be in it. Like, it can be an inert doll. Angie Philosopher says you have to collect the starlight shards at every astrolabe in the world and then return to the big one in Loretta's. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay. So then the thing I need to check next is if this key item disappears. I don't see anything, and Fextra Wiki is not maybe the best source of information, but when I was doing this, the miniature Ronnie isn't related in any way. Ah, I see. Then as usual, I have misinterpreted what was written. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I am going to collect this rest site again, though. And now that we have the ring, we can actually go back over to the cathedral. And, I guess prepare for Glintstone Dragon Adula. We're in the early day now. I'm pretty sure it is also forced to be night. No, it is not forced to be nighttime. Okay, cool. So then I think what we do is I believe we need to kill Adula, and then this should open, like that should open up to us. Damn it. This feels like such an easy rune piece to grab too. Oh, I can literally just use my horse. Derp. Nice. All right. Oh, this is not actually the cathedral. It's, Or I'm sorry, that wasn't the hole. This was the hole. Might as well go and grab the bounty of the nighttime sky. And, you know, the stars we can probably also mount for this section. Just check for rune pieces as well. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're, well, I ask if you're doing well, but from that sentence right there, you're telling me you're not doing very well. So I will at least say I trust that the day you've had is over. And, you know, it's not, like, it's not something that will trouble you again for a while. Otherwise, I do hope you enjoy your stay here. I apologize for the day and a half you've had. If you don't want to talk about it, that's also perfectly acceptable. Otherwise, you've come into a section right before the boss. Alan says, I hope I'm going to a baseball game tonight. Nice. Nice. Is it like your favorite team or like a team of your choice that's playing? Or is it just a random baseball game? I'm merely curious. That's all. I don't need to know which teams are playing or other like doxable information. I'm only interested in whether or not like you elected to go to the game of your own free will. Okay. While that conversation is cooking, let's finish gearing all the way up. It's the AA team. I saw the tickets were cheap, so I was like, F it. Ah, okay, that's good. Baseball food's okay. You know, one reason I might want to go to a baseball game, I don't know about anyone else, but one reason I might go is for the street food. When I last went to a softball game in my local two-state area, they had the best like Philly cheesesteak hoagie wraps ever. Super delicious with the peppers and onions and the provolone cheese, with like a hot like mayo aioli. Delicious. Along with like some seasoned fries. Like, I didn't think I would enjoy the food at a baseball game. I kind of figured it would be ditzy snacks or something, but it was actually pretty good. So if they're cooking actual food at the baseball game, delicious. Should give it a try. Because I guarantee you the people there at the baseball game are being paid a pretty nice sum of hourly money to do that. Hopefully. And if not, they should be. Support living wages, folks. 15, 16, 17 an hour. Support them. Alan says loaded fries are peak. I enjoy a good loaded fry. Like with chives, parsley, some cheese. I could do without the bacon. I know those are kind of a loaded fry thing because it's meant to be a potato. I'm gonna make it morning again. It's meant to be like an actual loaded baked potato, but I don't know. Bacon gets between my teeth a little bit too easily these days. I like the taste of bacon. It's not like I dislike bacon. I don't like the logistical nightmare of dealing with bacon. But Yeah, usually my loaded fries come with like nacho cheese. Fondue cheese, yum. Especially if it's seasoned with like cumin. Ah, delicious. I could eat like a whole platter of loaded fries. That said, anytime there's cheese on the fries, it's a punishment meal because lactose. Among other things. All right, I think we've stared at the at this wonderful cathedral for far too long. It is boss time. We're gonna fight a giant ice dragon with a glintstone dragon with a frozen great sword, and that ought to be tons of fun. I will see you guys on the other side of what will be an epic battle before story cutscene stuff. That wrapped around the cover? I guess it did. Ow. Maybe it just needed a hug? Maybe. All right, sword? No, it's not sword time quite yet, but it's getting there. Yeah, here it is. This might be where I reset. This is one of those boss fights where you can actually reset if you're not, if you're discerning. All right. So let's get rid of Midras for this. Let's like tinker a couple of spells. Definitely not going to be anywhere in range for that. And I think magic fortification, and that'll be about it. That should be everything, and make sure we get rid of that. look, if this is one of those bosses that I can reset and not die, I will take it, especially after the string of deaths that we've had as of late, including the 31 to the baleful shadow. I'm not gonna let that boss go for quite a bit. Okay, careful. Yeah, I want to say there are lots of streamers that are playing right now. Giant sword for no reason. Okay, that has a super delay on it. Well, I mean that's GG for Dula, I guess. Now we can go see some cutscenes for a bit. Also, I'm not too familiar with Jinxie. I take it that must be a prominent content creator. More than anything. At least it's my working assumption anyway. Now, let's we're gonna get married, everybody. That is what is about to happen. We are about to get married, or become a betrothed. If you wanted romance in your Elden Ring, this is it right here. And we needed a very specific item that we were able to grab back at the academy when we were given the key for defeating the Baleful Shadow. We actually needed to do that, or we were never going to achieve this part. All right. Let's sit back and enjoy some cutscenes.
So it was thee who would become my lord. Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however. Thou art a fitting choice. I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall find mine order. I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other once more.
Oh, there you are. Good of you to drop by. Have you heard? Lady Rani has departed on her journey along the dark path of Empyrean, from Rena's Rise, as she calls it. It would not have been possible without you. As Lady Rani's war counselor, and moreover, her childhood warden, I express my deepest gratitude. You and only you were Lady Rani's true champion. My purpose is nearing its end. I've served Lady Rani for as long as I can remember. It has been a long and wondrous journey. Now Lady Rani is in your hands. I pray that you serve her well unto the very end. Lady Rani, along the dark now, Lady, I pray that you... Something... Greeting, Lady Rani, along the now, Lady Rani, I pray. Well, as war come, Lady Ra along the dark now, Lady, I pray that...
No. I'm part of her very being. I can never betray her, no matter what might happen. Ronnie, she needs me.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. I hope everyone's day gets better. If there were already issues or something. I also, you know, I know what staring into the dark pits of the abyss is like, mentally speaking. The depths of hell really nibble and wear at one's soul. It's important that you guys take time for yourselves and just experience your own emotions. Sit with them. Understand why certain things draw you toward the allure of darkness. And by darkness, I do not mean the nighttime sky or a pitch black room. I'm talking about the depraved conditions that produce things such as serial killing or drug addiction or other similar nebulous pits of despair in human beings.
Well,
If you're feeling crappy and rotten,
hiding. I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
do something fun for yourselves. And if fun is something that you have to schedule, then okay, schedule it. Schedule yourselves some fun. Yeah, like mandatory fun. I think something just wiped. No, but I'm not sure what my Stream Deck was doing. It was doing weird things, to be sure. Frost buildup. Nice. I don't need that set of armor, but it is good to know that I have access to it. And yeah, we also get a sword, or a consort's sword that we're totally gonna sell, not keep as a badge of office. I don't need it. But yeah, do something fun for yourselves. Don't please try not to wallow in misery. I know that I don't know what anyone is going through. I don't. So as far as I'm concerned, here I am being whimsical and just telling people to, you know, try to forget or try to distract yourselves from the day-to-day, but I think it is important that you take time for yourselves. And not only that, but to also sometimes just sit with the thing that is bothering you and try to understand why your feelings are the way they are. And that it is okay to feel them, because humans are emotional animals. We don't get to I know we at least need one more, maybe even two more hard another hard rune. That's fine. And then we can level up for realsies. But you're not going to find your happiness sitting at the bottom of a barrel. You're not going to find it on one-night stands. You're not going to find it by spending your time gaming and continually distracting yourself. Distractions are well and good, but there also does have to be a balance. It is okay to sit and feel like feel crestfallen and even sullen. It's okay to feel those things. It's the breadth of human emotion. You're allowed to feel those things. You shouldn't let them consume you, but if you don't feel them, if you don't actively feel it, they will consume you. They will build to a point where you are consumed by them. I know from personal experience. I am wanting to adjust to fortune. Is what I'm looking to do. Increases memory slots, increases like faith. Yeah. Well, how is our faith looking now? 45? That's pretty close to 46. It's not exactly 46, but it's pretty close to 46. I don't know how those fights would have gone if I had used what I would consider the correct fortune to be. I have no idea. But let's go conclude our little quest.
Greetings. Unthinkable. How could Blythe? How did he break free from his cell? No. More importantly, Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I made a grave misjudgment. And I thought myself a capable war counselor. I'll catch up with you soon enough, Blythe. When I do, I only hope you'll accept my apology.
All right, so I think now that we've discussed Blythe's death, I'm pretty sure E.G. will now also perish. Yeah, because look, you can hear the divine, like the destined death flame. And so he was killed by the Black Knife assassins. And then there's really not much more that, yeah, like all of the loose ends around Ronnie's like little team are all actually properly dealt with. So now next up on our list is to actually like start exploring some of these other spots, you know, add them to the list, and hopefully I will find the one that contains Electo. I do not believe you're allowed to summon for Electo, so that should be like an interesting little proposition. I kind of have no idea how it's going to turn out, actually. Well, I, of course, am going to make sure I, you know, do it properly, do it right, but... Moonfolk Ruins. Yeah, I'm going to attempt to do it properly and do it correctly, but, you know... Sometimes things happen outside of one's control. So we're going to go ahead and... That is the wrong program coin. We want this one. So, something else I can talk about that's just completely unrelated is I have started playing a little idle game in my in an attempt to understand and really study how idle games work, and that is called, if I can find it, Revolution Idle. It's like a really stupid simple free-to-play idol that's like extremely free-to-play friendly. You don't have to buy any currency if you don't want to. It's great. It's fantastic. And I'm starting to get a better idea for like how systems in these kind of like incremental games actually even work. Nice. I need to find where these are. I know I'm hearing another one. I need to find it. Find them. There's at least one more back here. And it's probably on the other side as well. Oh right, we also got to watch out for the sword traps again. It's like the glintstone trap. Yep, that's exactly why, and it didn't even damage them. Actually, it should be this. Do not take unknown stakes, because I do not know where they are. I do not know where they are. Maybe a sentry torch would actually be useful here, because I think that is supposed to reveal invisible enemies. Not only Black Knife assassins. I actually am not particularly sure this works very well. Oh, it does affect them. I just didn't know. How? Okay, and yeah, also that didn't help. Yeah, that's for things that are like permanently invisible and not the teleporting sorcerers. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. It's fine. We really didn't have many runes to lose in the first place. We maybe lost like 10 or 20k, and that's hardly enough to do anything with them. So actually, what I could do, kind of just have to wait. Yeah, that wasn't ever gonna work. I think they're too quick for me to try that. Yeah, they're too quick. I can't. I have to use Blood Boon here. That's about the only thing that makes any sense, actually. Nice, I tagged him mid-teleport. Fantastic. Ah, the double tag. Great. Oh, yep. Let's not celebrate too early yet. Is it still a second? Okay. If they're here, they're not. Yeah, they're like in the ruins. Oh, and if I'd stepped a little to the left while scratching my ear, I would have been dead. I would have been a dead man. Might still be if I'm not paying attention. Holy crap, that is a lot of just... That is a incredible amount of... incredible amount of like glint blade or like glint stone traps. Okay, so we have this here. I'm pretty sure folks will expect at least one of these to also have. Yeah, try trudging through that one. third one's definitely like the third. There's probably at least 3 seals, and they are probably in this. This final one's probably at the very least in this general direction. Yup, I knew it. Yup. Way too much for that. So say let them stop moving. I can hear footsteps. Why are there so many of you? Welcome on in, Ball Shack. Good to see you again, good sir. I trust you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Nice. All right. Making Din Din? Nice. What is Din Din, if and yet you don't mind my asking, good sir? I'm just contemplating what I think I might be having. Our menu, my folks do a dinner menu, or write one up for the week. And we have effectively run the course of the menu. So I have no idea what we're having. Which ought to be a fun time. Balshek's Din Din is a few things. I have meat that is in crisis and needs to be cooked. Ah, the classic, I got this meat from a butcher store and I need to use it or it'll go bad. Yeah. I totally get that. We have nights like that here at the house where it'll be like a ribeye or like ribs or sometimes chicken. Yeah, so you gotta use what you have or it'll go bad. Bolshek says it includes a crab, steaked, steamed veg, and a baked potato. All that sounds delicious. Bolshek says, well, my freezer is literally out of space. Do you buy or stock your freezer with frozen meat often? You go on to say that you wouldn't have an issue if your freezer wasn't out of space. Yeah, that's fair. Bolshek says, well, if I see meat on sale, I freeze it. Yep, there you go. My folks are exactly the same way. Yeah. Like, get meat that's on sale when we can get it, and then keep it in the standing freezer until we need it. You're gonna eat a decent amount? Yeah, I hear ya. Shouldn't be a problem since I only eat a meal. Do you fast? Or is that like supposed to be a sarcastic quip? This kind of sounds like my dad now that I think about it. He fasts. Bolshek says I try not to snack. I see. I don't like eating more than a meal a day, but occasionally I snack, and sometimes I don't even snack. You've gone months without snacking? That's good. I suppose probably is for like weight or physical health related reasons. Yeah, I need to I definitely need to do that myself. Might try to look up a routine for that. It's the snacking that gets me. It's more just what I tend to do. Yeah, I'm bad about grazing. I will graze if I let myself. It's quite the problem. Is this a boss? I don't think so. Nice. Bolshek says I get heavy and lose it on and off. Ah, I see. So at some point I'll start getting heavy and not losing it. Well, I suppose then that's what the routine is for, right? To not do that. Like if you keep consistent, then you never have to worry about that second part of the routine of, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's summertime, so there aren't too many holidays where one would even have to worry about that. Thanksgiving and Christmas is on the opposite end of the year. We've got plenty of time because we all know how people get to eat. Like people just tend to generally pack on a couple of pounds during the winter. That's like been confirmed through many rigorous scientific studies. People just tend to eat more during the winter for a variety of reasons, some social and some social, some cultural, and some due to like uncategorized miscellaneous reasons. There we go. That ties that up in a pretty nice, neat bow. I'm definitely guilty of that myself. Something I think about from time to time. Still, crab and potato sounds pretty good. I wish I could have seafood at the house a little bit more often. My dad can't touch shellfish. It will actually kill him. He is deathly allergic to shellfish, crabs, shrimp, that kind of thing. He also just doesn't like the stuff straight up back when he wasn't allergic, but you know, you don't ask people to like touch things they're allergic to if you're interested in seafood. So, you know, if I have seafood while I'm out, I try not to eat it around him, and I also try to just not involve sorry, I ran right out of my room right after sending that message. Bolshek says I do a lot of seafood now. Yeah, it's lean. It's good for you. There's you can get a lot of your omega-3s and essential fatty acids through fish. There aren't really too many compelling reasons to have like an honest steak, like red meat. You can get all of your protein requirements from fish, and you don't suffer nearly as many health complications because of red meat. Specifically, like rhymed. Oh yeah. Oh, and let's dodge that. If you guys wanted to see some rhymed sorcerers, they're all gonna be up here where it's snowing. Get behind a tree. Bolshek says I don't do red meat very often. Probably for at least some of the reasons I've outlined above, as well as it just maybe being not quite as common. You have recently, and it's been nice. I enjoy a good steak, but I definitely know like a platter of chicken would be a lot better. Or again, fish. Now my dad is not allergic to fish, but he doesn't like fish all that much. I don't know why. Well, no, I do know why. But it's that would be oversharing. So all I'll say is that there is a childhood reason as to why he does not particularly like fish, and leave it at that. That's his story to tell. Bolshek says I'll be tired of it very soon. Understandable. You used to think you were a fish hater. What changed? If and you don't mind my asking, and you know, if and it's not too personal for you, because I don't want to pry. If I think we have found Electo. Okay, good. Glad I did. Bolshik says, I mean, I started eating fish and went, wow, this is pretty good. Oh, so it's a case of you were I mean, fish hater sounds more drastic than that. Sounds like you had a bad experience with fish. Maybe you just never eaten fish up to a certain point, and when you did, you changed your mind? Probably. It's like a good guess anyway. I don't want to deal with this if I don't have to. Bolshek says my ma only made really boring tilapia. Ah, I see. That's fair. Yeah, not every. It's like my dad's friend. He was an assistant chef during a portion of his life, and he cooks pretty all right. But meat. Dude can't do meat to save his life. I shouldn't say he can't do meat. It's that he can't cook it without it being dry or just generally unlikable. I don't know what it is or what he does that is so different from the way other people do meat. But I tend to stick to the veg plate for whenever I'm over at his house. Bolshek says I made it the way I make meat when you started making fish and you liked it. Nice. That's good. That's an awesome like pescatarian awaiting like story. Yep. No worries. I will elect to read the rest of that when we are done fighting Electo, which I'm pretty sure I will not be allowed a summon for. So we're gonna find out. I could probably use the Black Knife Assassin to figure out what they're gonna be immune to. That's gonna be right here. Poison, blood loss, sleep, death blight. Okay, so Electo's going to be immune to the same stuff, which means Flame of Frenzy is going to be where it is at. But I could probably still use the Rain of Fire to, like, pepper them with, and harass them. But, yeah, let's do it. See everyone on the other side. Yep, dead. Ow. Oh, my nerves did not like that. Whatever that was. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here. Don't know. He's overcooking it. Yeah, definitely. I guess my phrasing should have been, I don't know why he overcooks it so much or so often. You know, I like my steaks and other stuff well done, so I get overcooking it. But sometimes it'll just, the outside will be char or something else, and I don't know what to make of that. BRB checking Din Din. I had my own locked in screen, but for checking on Din Din, understandable. Bolshek says a well done steak can be fine. Yeah, like, because I don't know about you, but I don't like trichinosis or other things in my steak or my meat. I want it cooked properly. So when I'm out ordering steak and I get it well done, I usually get it as insurance of they know to kill it. If something goes absolutely awry. Bolshek says I can do whatever. Medium, medium rare, well done. They all taste different. Now, I like a medium well steak. I have matured. I used to be like, no, I like well done because it's safe. Well done meat is steak. Or well done meat is safe. As I've gotten older, I realized I can enjoy I don't mind stuff if it is done right. I don't mind medium well if it is done correctly, but I don't want to get sick off of it. I prefer the taste of medium well, but will happily take a well done steak. I like the taste of each. They all taste different. Yeah. You go on to say, well done meat is steak. Wiser words have rarely been spoken. Shaking a pancake, right? Locked into the steak debate. But I need to stake a claim into this boss and hopefully serve her up as steak. Not to do, but try again. So, let's go from there, shall we? That was way too early. Broke some steak rules on this one. That is a long-reaching projectile. I did not think that would have the reach that it had. dead because I picked the exact wrong time to cast a spell. The exact wrong moment. Yikeroony. Terrible. Terrible gameplay, Coin. Terrible gameplay. Bolshak says, okay. I do hope people can hear me properly. We did have a little bit of a disconnect there. Bolshak was saying, didn't let it rest at room temperature before or after. Resting time. Yeah, that's important for meat in general, not even just steak, but yeah. It could be worse though. You might have broken a rule, but if the taste is still fine, that's sort of the important part. Thank you for the confirmation, Bolshak. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and craft up. Not Rune Arc. I don't need that. I need this. Bolshak says it's fine. You know why you let it rest after? It wouldn't matter to you, actually. I assume it's to let the juices set more than anything, and to kind of let the meat finish cooking. Because even when the meat is resting, it's to allow it to cook. Yeah, so it's kind of like the correct protocol is supposed to be to cook a steak to medium well, knowing that it will kind of finish cooking the rest of the way. And if you were concerned about pinky steak, then yeah. That's true. Actually, a well-done steak would still have juices moving about. Yeah. I've had it kind of all over the place. I've had well-done steaks that are still juicy, and I've had others that are bone dry and are miserable to try to eat. Bolshak says I just judge the juice on its redness. Yeah, if it's red, it's not done. There's still blood in there. The good rule of thumb is supposed to be you clear up. If the juice is clear, then you're good to go. Supposedly. Bolshak says it's not blood, it's something else. I forget what. I can look it up after this attempt and kind of go from there. Yeah, I probably have about enough time for 1 or 2 attempts anyway, just given the time. Oh, hemoglobin? That's probably what that word is. And if it's a different globin, well, you know, can't be helped. Okay, I misjudged the move. We'll make that 2 attempts. Oh, and also I didn't even track the death from the last time. Bolshak says that it's some sort of globin, myoglobin. That sounds correct. Yeah. Oh, so sorry. I couldn't even get to the mute button in time. Ugh. Terrible. My finger was right over the button, too. Thanks. Much appreciated. I apologize for blasting your ear out. That was certainly not my intention. Look, I know other people cough and sneeze on their streams. You know, and it's fine. People don't complain that much unless it's a bombastic sneeze. But I still don't like doing that to people. You never know where a headphone user is going to be, you know, in your audience, and that sneeze could have taken them right out and made them actually unplug or remove the earbuds for a solid second. Getting clipped by that is not great. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Can't quite. Thank you for the GG, Bullshack. Much appreciated. We'll head back to the Moonlight Altar. Yeah, thank you for that. Electo's not that hard. If I did the lightning spells challenge, I would be a little bit more concerned. But yeah, it's really just harass and pepper them with Rain of Fire, which is again an amazing spell in Reforged. It has significantly eased up certain fights in the challenge run just from the last time I did this. And, you know, try not to get hit too many times by a destined death effect. Those kill you. They cut off your maximum health by 10 or 15%. And then every destined death effect has a holy damage dot that is not fun to have to endure. So on my way out the door, one last time, just to remind folks, I will not be live tomorrow or Friday. I've got a client job starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. So that's going to be fun. I expect to be back by Monday. I will keep you guys posted if that changes for any reason. That's true. I got to get paid. Everyone's got to get paid. Money makes this world go round, and you know, mine is no different. And thank you to everyone who has helped over the past month or a couple of months with helping me be able to eat online. I really appreciate it. You guys, since I won't get a chance to say it, you guys do have a blessed and wonderful weekend. I hope to see you on Monday. I hope to see everyone on Monday. You know, I might post in the Discord a stream I'm watching and we can kind of all hang out in there or something. I don't know. Make some other streamer's day, to say the least. My name is Coin, folks. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. Fire spells, all content, or fire spells only, all content routing. Have a great weekend. You too, Mr. Ballshack. You too. Please do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime, which by now, with the adverts and everything, I can kind of let you guys find that stuff on your own. I don't like shilling more than necessary. It's kind of stinky when streamers do it and they don't realize they're overdoing it. So I'm trying to be more conscientious of that. I'll see you guys in the next one, hopefully on Monday. And with that, farewell and goodbye.